The main character really loved reading novels. She was fascinated by old times, balls, and beautiful dresses. And all she dreamed of was to one day find herself in this fairy tale. And one day, the heroine realizes in horror that she does not understand where she is now and how she got here. The last thing she remembered was receiving a letter of acceptance to university and going to bed, when suddenly an unfamiliar woman approached her. She reprimanded her for taking so long to get dressed and that it wouldn't change anything, and then roughly grabbed her hand and told her to go. The girl was terrified and did not understand what was happening, where she was, who this stranger was, and why he was talking to her like that. The stranger replied that they needed to hurry, as they would soon have to sign a contract with the royal knights. And then the girl began to understand what could have happened to her. The heroine became nervous, of course. She dreamed of finding herself in the center of a fairy tale, but she didn't believe that this could actually happen. She looked around again and made sure that this was not fantasy, but reality. She had found herself in the novel she was reading, and she was reborn as a minor character, a girl named Ludia Arlyle Mertens, and the stranger next to her is her best friend, Elian Schnitzelia Peliotin. She said that if they were lucky, they would see the prince himself on the training field and how she dreamed of becoming his wife. Elia took her friend's hands and added that she adored handsome men like the prince. The girl was sure that when the prince saw her, he would certainly go crazy over her beauty and fall madly in love. Elian is Ludia's only friend, and she is also a minor character who is executed for persecuting the prince. And it is also because of her that Ludia will be killed, who will be accused of complicity. Elia was impatient to see the prince. She grabbed her friend and tried to hurry her, but Ludia wanted to think. Elia laughed. What else could one think about here? She didn't know how this whole story would end, and that her friend had just been reborn. The girls headed to the palace. Everything around was luxurious and solemn, like in a fairy tale. The girls were met by a man in uniform who was blinded by their beauty. Ludia became embarrassed and thanked the man. On the way here, she tried to remember all the spells and prayers she knew, but nothing worked. Is this really her destiny? To come to terms with being reincarnated in her favorite novel and wait for her death? But she has a ray of hope because she knows the plot of the story and the heroine's memories. And perhaps he will be able to somehow find a way out and escape from a terrible fate. The officer tried to be polite to the guests, and to such lovely girls at that. And he offered his help, and also turned to Lady Ludia and asked if he could take her there. The girl was melted by such gallantry. No one had ever treated her like that before. The man gave the girls his hand and helped them out of the carriage. The heroines thanked the sweet man. He was delighted by their attention, replied that he was not worthy of thanks, and became even more enthusiastic. Ludia enjoyed what was happening and this fairy tale around her. On the way, they had a nice conversation, and Aaliyah asked how far the training center was, where the prince went, and what he looked like. Hearing about the training center, Ludia's expression immediately changed. In the novel, it is here that Elia first meets the prince and falls head over heels in love with him. Unlike the girl, the prince did not fall in love with her and remained indifferent to the heroine's beauty. But Elia did not want to admit it. She was blinded by feelings and began to pursue the prince, and her friend Ludia helped her in this. When the girl asked about the training center, the officer replied that it was nearby, and he would show it to the girls. Ludia could not be calm, and thought that if the course of events was not stopped now, something irreparable would happen. Therefore, Ludia decides at all costs not to let her friend see the prince and interrupts their conversation. She thanked the man and said that they had come there for something completely different. Elia looked at her friend in surprise, not understanding what she was doing. Ludia intercepts her friend, saying that since they arrived early, they won't waste time and will start checking documents. Elia clearly disagreed with her friend's opinion, but Ludia was thinking about only one thing: how to save her life. Finally, the friend can't take it anymore and snatches her hand away. The girl got really angry and said that she wasn't going anywhere. Ludia became worried because she could not explain the reason for her strange behavior. At this point, the friend turned to the officer and asked to leave the girls alone to talk secretly. And to smooth over the awkward situation, she said that this was purely girl talk and he wouldn't be interested. The girls were left alone, and Elian wanted to tell her friend something. Here, Ludia interrupted her, asking what her friend was so unhappy about. Maybe she had displeased her with something. Elia immediately asked if her friend was really angry with her for forcing her to sign the documents. And she added that Ludia has always been great at this. She is a strategist, and they are also best friends. And best friends should support and help each other. Aaliyah has always been manipulative and used sweet words to get people to do what she wants. And as Ludia remembers, her friend always did this. The heroine smiled and said that she was ready to help, but the thing was that she was not Ludia. She had no intention of remaking Aaliyah, but she didn't want to let herself be manipulated either. The heroine was pleased with herself, of course. She wouldn't change the entire novel in one go, but she had at least taken a step towards it. The girl thought that now she needed to concentrate on survival, and not on the whims of her spoiled friend. The girl was so preoccupied with her thoughts that she did not look around and collided with a man. The man apologized and said that he had not noticed the girl. I also asked if she was okay. Ludia was at a loss. It was the prince himself, but according to the plot, he wasn't supposed to be here. He was supposed to be on the training field, so the girl tried her best to keep her friend away from there. The friend squealed with joy when she saw the prince. The girl was in a panic. How could this happen? She hadn't read anything like this in the story. No matter how hard the girl tried, the fateful meeting still happened. This meant only one thing, that she would soon be killed. A shudder ran through the girl's body. The prince did not take his eyes off the beautiful Ludia and did not notice her friend at all. He thought to himself that the girl looked like an angel. Then a man ran up to the heroes and asked the prince to hurry. The prince replied that he would be there soon. He didn't want to part with the beautiful stranger, but business required his presence. Ludia was impressed by his good manners and gallantry. He was also incredibly handsome, and the girl's knees buckled with excitement. Now the heroine understood why her friend was so crazy about him. In real life, he is much more handsome. While Ludia was thinking that it was impossible to be so beautiful, her friend called her. She ran up to Ludia and, jumping with joy and excitement, repeated how handsome the prince was and that she had fallen in love. Aaliyah asked her friend if she saw how the prince looked at her, and it seemed to her that he also fell in love with her, and she was already dreaming that he would propose to her. But her friend told her that this would not happen. Aaliyah just laughed and told her friend not to worry, because when she became the prince's wife, their friendship would continue. She also took the girl's hand encouragingly and said that she would help her find a good groom at the royal court. But she will need help, and she is counting on her best friend. Here Ludia realized that the situation was hopeless. Aaliyah was head over heels in love with the prince and was not herself. The girls finally arrived at the royal court to sign the contracts, and those present were surprised by their festive outfits. Aaliyah happily introduced herself and her friend and said that they were ready to get down to business. Ludia chuckled to herself that her friend wasn't really interested in contracts. It was just an excuse to meet the prince. At this moment, the heroine tried to remember what was in the original novel. Aaliyah was very indignant that she was reprimanded for her outfit, which did not correspond to business style. Ludia listened excitedly and thought about how to resolve the tense situation. All this time, her friend did not calm down and was indignant that they dared to criticize her outfit. And she was ready to leave here and utter phrases about terminating their agreement. But as soon as she let it slip, Ludia stood up for her friend. She said that her friend was invited to an engagement party that evening, and that she had to go there straight away from here, as there would be no time to return. That's why she has such a festive look, and this doesn't mean that the girls didn't take the matter seriously. Ludia explained that they respected this work and had come to arrange a delivery of high-quality ore for the knights. The girl continued that, of course, the empire was enjoying peace, but it was precisely during this period that military power needed to be strengthened, and their ore will help in the creation of high-quality weapons for defense, and no one else will offer such high-quality material. The girl bowed respectfully and asked not to give in to emotions, but to seriously consider their contract. Suddenly, Ludia started sweating from excitement and worry. It seemed she had done something wrong and given herself away. After all, nobles never bow, and she didn't know what to do now, because she remembered it too late. The man turned to the girl and asked her to raise her head. Otherwise, he would feel like a tyrant. He liked the girl's courage and good manners, unlike her friend, and he asked her to give her name. The girl straightened up and timidly whispered that her name was Ludia. She was a provincial noblewoman, not yet introduced to the capital. The man liked the beautiful girl and said that he was intrigued by their offer and was ready to consider it. And he asked the girls to sit down. He himself stood up and headed to the table with the papers, saying that they had already studied and discussed the terms of the contract. And we are ready to sign it. The heroes began to sign the papers. Their hands were shaking from excitement. Suddenly, the man interrupted and said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself. He was the head of the Imperial Knights, Marquis Roman Berhard. Hearing the name of the Marquis, Ludia froze. Marquises are third in rank after the royal family and the dukes. There are less than 10 of them, which means he is not a simple nobleman. The girl couldn't believe that she was standing next to such a strong and powerful man and signing a contract. It turns out that their trading group will receive the patronage of the Imperial Knights, which is a great success and prestige. Ludia looked at her friend and understood why she was silent. At this moment, the Marquis turned to the girl and joked about why she stopped, whether she had changed her mind. He hopes their deal will mark the beginning of a strong, long-term partnership. Having finished signing the papers, Ludia stood up and smiled back at the Marquis. But inside, of course, she was very worried. After business negotiations and communication, the girls headed home, tired but happy. Eliane lived closer, so she was dropped off first along the way, and Ludia continued the trip alone. On the way, she thought for a long time about the past day. Without Ludia's memories, she would not have succeeded. It was for her sake that the heroine was so eager to make a deal and prove herself, because she worked harder than anyone else, but always remained in Eliane's shadow, without a chance to prove herself and shine on her own. While reading the novel, the heroine always sympathized more with Lydia, and she always wanted attention to fall on her and success to come. But this is not the only reason why the girl was so rooting for her heroine from the novel. Finally, the carriage stopped and the girl arrived home. She was very tired. Her parents met her. They joyfully went to meet her and praised their beloved daughter. But the girl was overcome with guilt for some of the actions she would commit in the role of the heroine from the novel. Seeing her parents, the girl was very happy and ran to meet them. The heroes hugged and walked towards home, the parents asking their daughter to tell everything in the smallest details. At the same time, the royal court was also discussing future cooperation, as well as the brave and intelligent girl. The Marquis laughed and said that Ludia was smarter and more resourceful than many bureaucratic blockheads. He is so impressed by the young talent that he is ready to support her in other endeavors and provide assistance. His student listened to him attentively and then said that he had not heard the teacher praise anyone like that for a long time. The student asked again what the name of the girl was that the Marquis admired so much. The name of Lady Ludia was already familiar to him, and the prince wanted to get to know her better. Find out what kind of person she is, what she is interested in, what she likes, where she lives. It was already deep into the night, and in Ludia's house, everyone wished each other good night and went to their rooms. The girl collapsed onto the bed without a trace. The parents have always been incredibly kind and attentive towards their daughter, and the girl caught herself thinking that such excessive attention was starting to tire and stress her out. Before going to bed, she wondered if she could suddenly return to her body since she had suddenly entered Ludia. This may not happen right away, so at the moment, the most important thing is to understand how to escape death and survive here. There was little hope for this, but it was still there after the events now deviate from the original plot. For example, unlike in the original novel, the deal with the Knights commander was successful. Perhaps her friend Eliane will also be able to change, and the girls will stay alive. Suddenly, there was a wild knock at the door. Ludia jumped in surprise at who it could be. Eliane flew into the room like a whirlwind to quickly tell her friend a new thought. A brilliant idea struck her head. When she became a princess, she would later become an empress, and she was in a hurry to tell her friend that when this happens, she will make Ludia the imperial concubine. Traditionally, an imperial concubine is the unofficial wife of the king and the highest-ranking favorite. But no matter how you look at it, a concubine is a concubine, not a wife, and Ludia was not very happy with this prospect. She became indignant and asked her friend again if she really intended to make her the king's concubine. The girl asked if her friend was in her right mind, but Aaliyah had already thought everything through and explained that when she became empress, she would have a lot to do and would need a right hand. But she doesn't see anyone better than her friend for this role, especially since Elia doesn't understand anything about politics. So Ludia will be in charge of politics, and she will manage her subordinates. Elia said that everything was perfectly thought out. Ludia saw that even if the plot of the novel and circumstances change, the people do not change. and the chances of salvation are decreasing, unfortunately. Ludia removed her hand and, with a dissatisfied look, replied that her friend should look for other, more suitable options for her. And the prospect of being a concubine clearly doesn't suit the girl. Aaliyah was very surprised by such a reaction. She thought that perhaps her friend was not in her right mind to refuse such an offer. One thing has now become clear to Ludia. She reached for the typed letter on the table. The girl realized that as long as Elian was in her way, she would not find an answer. The next day, Ludia asked her friend if she had received an invitation to the engagement at the house of Marquis Ashrun, to which Elia replied that she had also received and already sent a reply letter confirming her participation. Elia could not miss such an event, as she learned that the prince would also be among the invited guests. Suddenly, the girl asked Ludia in surprise if she was really going too, since she didn't like such events. My friend replied that this was indeed the case. She didn't like such social events. But now she wants to go to the engagement party at the Marquise's house. It was supposed to be a pompous event that would last 2 days, and everyone prepared for it in advance. On the first day, there will be the engagement ceremony of the Marquise's eldest son. Then there will be a grand masquerade ball. Therefore, the chances that the prince will come there are quite high. The Marquise's son and the handsome prince studied with the same teacher, and they were on good terms and were also close to the royal family. The masquerade ball is the most favorite part of the celebration for guests, and every respectable and prestigious person attended it. Looking at her friend's obsession, Ludia was ready to break off contact with her right now. But, unfortunately, their families have long been connected by common affairs, and it will not be possible to break off relations so quickly. So Ludia needed a cunning plan of action. Most of the single girls were interested in only one question. Had the prince arrived yet? And it was difficult to guess, since everyone was wearing masks. Perhaps he was already somewhere here among the guests. Suddenly, Ludia felt a little dizzy and realized one thing. She had never drunk alcohol before. And to come to her senses, the girl decides to go out for some fresh air, since the prince most likely hasn't arrived yet anyway. Indeed, among the guests, it was difficult to determine whether the prince was among them or not. The girl sat on a bench and breathed fresh air. She felt much better, so she was in no hurry to go inside. She had no idea that such delicious drinks were so strong and hit her head so hard. Apparently, all the drinks at this banquet were strong, and it would be better for her not to drink anymore. The girl suddenly got scared from the unexpected. A man approached her and said that he didn't want to scare her. Ludia thought maybe this was the prince. He had the same black hair. The guy introduced himself as Demior, the count's second son. And he also asked the girl who she was, and apologized if it was tactless. The girl smiled coquettishly, and said her name, and was convinced that this was not a prince after all, and that his eyes were a different color. Hearing the girl's name, the young count turned to her with even greater interest, and sat down next to her. He said she had become quite popular in trading circles, and at the same time, a mysterious figure. The girl became embarrassed, and said that the count was clearly flattering her, and also thought that, out of politeness, she should at least take a sip, although Ludia didn't want to drink anymore, and she understood that it would be too much. A young man was passing by them, and noticed one thing the count had, and was surprised, because it had been confiscated long ago. But this means it's true. High-ranking officials do use this substance. Then the count saw that they were not alone, and when he turned around, the crown prince himself was standing in front of them. The man became very scared and ran away. Ludia stood up and thought that all this time she had been looking for the crown prince, and he himself had found her. Then the girl suddenly felt ill, but the prince managed to pick her up in his arms. Looking into the eyes of her savior, the girl was convinced that he was a prince. At their first meeting, she had never seen such beautiful and red eyes like rubies. Without a doubt, it was the crown prince. According to the original plot of the novel, Elian attended all events where the crown prince might appear and made a scene. The crown prince wondered for a moment if this was really the same Ludia the teacher had mentioned. Suddenly, the girl said that she had something important to tell the prince. She approached him with a request whether she could ask the prince for something. The crown prince was surprised at what this girl could ask for. Barely able to stand on her feet from the alcohol, Ludia held on to the prince and wanted to warn him about what might happen in the evening. Barely moving her tongue, she told him to be ready this evening. And just as Ludia wanted to speak for her crazy friend, her eyes darkened. The crown prince tried to restrain the drunk girl and tried to understand the meaning of her words, what she meant, to be ready for the evening. In the morning, the girl opened her eyes and felt like she was in a fog. She was overcome by strange feelings and mixed thoughts. Last night was like a dream. She sat up and tried to remember how she fell asleep yesterday, but her headache prevented her from thinking. Suddenly, the girl was seized by a severe pain in her stomach. She could not understand where this pain was coming from, and what also seemed strange to the heroine was that she was already wearing different clothes. But who changed her clothes made her wary. And when Lydia looked around, the room turned out to be completely unfamiliar, and then the girl became really scared. It was a strange room. She was wearing different clothes. She also had absolutely no memory of yesterday evening, or rather, part of it. After she went outside to get some air, her thoughts were interrupted by a man who entered her room without knocking. The guy was glad that the guest had finally come to her senses. Lydia saw this man for the first time, and in horror asked who he was. But then suddenly, her memory began to come back to her in flashes, and she had already seen this man somewhere. Before her eyes appeared the wedding ceremony to which she had been invited to the Count's house. Now she remembered who this man was. This is the groom from the wedding, the son of the Marquise, who yesterday became engaged to Lady Shibernia. Prince Ashran himself was in Lydia's room. According to the novel, Prince Ashran is a high-ranking nobleman and second in command of the imperial army. He is also one of the crown prince's few friends. A man with such a status would not simply communicate with an ordinary girl. The man approached the guest and said that apparently she did not remember the previous evening at all, and explained the situation. Yesterday, Lydia took a drug that paralyzes the nervous system and partially causes amnesia. The girl, horrified, said that she was not taking anything, to which the prince sympathetically replied that she had been slipped wine laced with drugs. The words about wine and drugs sounded in Lydia's head with horror. She remembered the stranger who came up to her and introduced himself as the second son of Count Dimior. They raised a toast together. The heroine didn't want to drink, but took only a sip out of politeness. The prince listened attentively to his guest's story and asked again if she now remembered what had happened. The girl replied that she was beginning to remember some things, but she didn't remember the whole picture yet. Prince Ashrun asked her not to worry. Her memory would return soon. She was in good hands, and the crown prince asked her to take care of her. Hearing about the crown prince, Lydia was surprised. She was unexpectedly pleased by such attention, and also curious about what he said for her. The girl hoped that she hadn't done anything bad while drunk. The man reassured the girl that this would not go unpunished, and His Highness the Crown Prince will personally deal with this situation and punish those responsible. And having found this culprit, the Crown Prince plans to reach the entire supply chain selling prohibited substances, and they will be judged to the full extent of the Empire's law. The prince also apologized for the fact that a guest at his engagement party and in his house was harmed by a criminal. He should have been more vigilant, and he once again offered his deepest apologies for the inconvenience. The man was so sorry and upset about the situation that the girl felt awkward and asked the prince not to bow. It was not his fault. The guest then joked that no one can keep track of what's going on behind their back, and that the criminal should be the one apologizing. The prince looked up in surprise and said that the woman was not at all like the rumors portrayed her. People asked for an explanation. The answer surprised her and made her laugh. It turns out that in society, the heroine is called a quiet one, because she rarely attends receptions, and if she does, she keeps a modest demeanor and is always in the shadow of Lady Eliane. The girl even felt a little offended by what she heard, but it was true. The prince decided not to disturb his guest any longer and let her rest and said goodbye. The girl thanked him again for everything. But before leaving, the man asked Lydia for permission to ask one question. He wondered what the bored girl had said to the crown prince. Apparently, Lydia was wrong to hope that she hadn't done anything stupid while drunk. The guest replied that she only remembered that His Highness helped her, and that she didn't remember anything else. The prince was a little upset that he had not yet learned the secret, but he did not lose hope that he would find out when the girl regained her memory. The girl was very extraordinary and unusual, and the man, embarrassed, said that she was more interesting than his teacher described. Here the guest herself became embarrassed by what exactly his teacher was saying about her and how they were discussing her. The man said that she could call him by his first name, Cabes, and now he had to go on business and give his guests some rest. The prince left the room, leaving the girl alone. She needed a good rest after a hard evening. Ludia lay down in bed and felt very tired. Her head was also not working well. She thought about how she had only been in this body for a few days, and already so many problems had piled up. What sins did she commit that brought her so many problems? But apparently now she really needs to rest. Suddenly, before my eyes appeared the parents, who were crying and worrying about their beloved daughter, and didn't even know where she was. Yes, with such thoughts, it's not really possible to relax, so the girl decides to go home. Prince Ashran was calmly walking to his office and heard some sounds. He thought about what it could be and began to look around. Turning around, I saw the crown prince and Ludia, who could barely stand on her feet. The prince was perplexed how the girl ended up there, since he had recently seen her in the bedroom and left her to rest. Prince Ashran thought with horror that someone had harmed the girl again. The poor thing was completely without strength and feelings. His Highness the Crown Prince held her tightly in his arms and could not tear himself away from her beauty. The girl was getting worse and worse. The guys became worried and didn't know how to help. Then the Crown Prince shouted that she urgently needed to be put to bed and where the nearest bedroom was. In the evening, the celebration continued in the Marquise's house, and the guests gathered again. Ludia was already feeling better, and she dressed up again in her masquerade clothes and joined the ball. And all she wanted today was to just have a good time. Suddenly, Ludia heard her name being called and turned around. It was her friend Elian, and the heroine was not at all pleased by her presence. By the way, so that Ludia's parents wouldn't worry about their daughter, he explained that the girl had accidentally been served strong alcohol. Elian approached her friend to confide in her, but saw that she was behaving strangely, and she told her friend that she noticed that she had been cold towards her lately, and asked her to explain the reason for this behavior. She also added that they are best friends, and she can tell her the truth about what is happening to her. Elian recalled that the girls had been friends for many years, and that in the past, her friend had always agreed with her and offered to help. Ludia cited poor health and said that she was simply not feeling well at the moment. Then Elian became indignant and said that this had never happened before and that it was ruining her mood, and she didn't really like it. Moreover, Elian noticed not only a change in behavior, but also in style and taste. Her friend now even dresses differently, and Ludia is no longer the same as before. It's like some other girl. Elian had a reason to be so arrogant and selfish, because until recently, Ludia's family was simple and barely made ends meet. But everything changed when Ludia took up trade and began to earn good money. The Elian family, although also simple nobles, had greater power and influence, and also lived more prosperously, and everyone tried to be friends with them. And Ludia's family was no exception. Ludia didn't want to continue this conversation at all, and she changed the subject, suggesting that we focus on the holiday now. The girl also suggested going to join the guests, since her friend really wanted to come here herself, because Elian wanted to meet and communicate with important people for future connections. Elian made a demonstrative bow and said that her friend was right. It would be better for them to join the guests, because the people who are there can be very influential and important for their affairs. The girl laughed as if nothing had happened and said that it was time for them to go. Ludia, of course, did not believe her friend's sincerity, since it all looked very artificial and forced. She thought that, with this Elian, she had to be careful and vigilant. A couple of minutes later, the girls were already in the palace and talking with the guys. Elian was all smiles, put on a friendly and sociable appearance, and flirted with the men. And the guys were happy and immediately melted from the seductive girl. Then Lady Elian introduced her friend Ludia and said that she was a representative of the Astria Trading Company. The guys greeted the beautiful girl and said that their company had recently become a household name in high society. One of the guys, fascinated, asked if it was true that she had signed a contract to supply ore to the Imperial Knights. The girl modestly joked that they were just lucky, but the guy didn't believe her. He heard that the commander of the Knights was not a man who was easy to persuade and conquer, and the girls were apparently exceptionally talented. Then Elian joined in, smiling, and said that they had actually been preparing for this for a very long time, and had assigned the roles. Elian didn't understand her friend's modesty, and always loved to put herself forward. And her weakness was also handsome guys. She was simply crazy about prominent and high-status men. Ludia saw her friend's essence, but did not pretend to notice. since despite all this, Elian was not very smart. And Lydia saw right through her friend and all her manipulations, so she didn't worry too much about it. Here, the heroine interrupts her flirting friend and says that it seems a prince has appeared on the horizon. Elian immediately switches over. She was easy to manipulate and control, and this played into Lydia's hands. Taking advantage of the fact that Elian's attention is occupied by the men, Ludi says that she needs to step away for a while, and she leaves her friend alone with the guys and leaves. Finally, she asks to ignore her and continue the conversation. She thought to herself that she might have acted impulsively, but in her opinion, it was the best decision. Every day, the girl began to recall more and more memories and emotions of Lydia, and at one time, she even wanted to break off relations with the arrogant and spoiled Elian. But common business connections did not allow her to do this. The girl worked without days off, doing work for herself and for her flighty friend, and she was the one who carried the whole family. A great responsibility lay on her. Therefore, the heroine was forced to endure her friend's whims and irresponsibility. Suddenly, in the crowd of dressed-up people, a familiar voice called out to Lydia, and the girl turned around. It was the gallant and attentive Lord Ashran. He was very glad to see the girl. He said that fate brought them together, because he was looking for her among the crowd. The girl asked again why the Lord was looking for her. The Lord smiled and replied that his bride wanted to meet her and introduced her to the girl. The Lord's wife was named Liana of the House of Shibernia. She was Ben' second daughter and cousin. Lydia strained and tried to remember these names and who Ben and the House of Shibernia were. Seeing the confusion on the girl's face, Liana explained that this was one of 3 houses close to the imperial family. Lydia felt awkward and didn't yet understand why someone like Liana would want to meet a commoner. But the girl bowed politely and said that she was glad to meet him and apologized for this morning. Lady Liana replied that her husband had already told her everything and the girl need not worry about it. She also added that, on the contrary, they feel awkward that this happened in their home, and she also apologizes. Lydia was surprised by the simplicity of such high-ranking people, and, in contrast, remembered her noblewoman friend. Lady Liana added that this was not the only reason she wanted to see the girl. People looked at her in surprise, and Liana continued that until recently, no one had heard of their company Astria. But during the time the girl worked there, the company grew a lot and helped the empire avoid major damage. The girl has achieved good results. She also has a clear vision of the future and excellent human qualities. Many think that the credit goes to Lady Elian, but it's only because they don't know what's going on behind the scenes that the girl was surprised to hear such words. Lady Liana winked at the heroine and said that some people see who is the real reason for success. Lydia didn't know how to respond to such compliments. She had dreamed all her life that her work would be noticed and appreciated. Suddenly, the Lord's wife exclaimed that Ben had finally arrived. If at first the heroine did not understand which Ben was being talked about, now everything became clear. Liana's cousin Ben is the crown prince. Before he could approach his friends, this clingy Elian stood in front of them. And when did she manage to? Lydia was ready to tear her hair out. Before leaving, Lady Liana whispered to the girl that she should try talking to Ben, as he was shy, and she suggested that gratitude could be used as an excuse to start a conversation. Then the couple said goodbye, and said that other guests were waiting for them, and they should go. Lydia also said goodbye and tried to understand what had just happened. The crown prince moved closer to the girl, but Elian was also nearby, which could create a problem. Lydia's head was simply bursting from all the problems that had piled up at once. The ball was in full swing, but with the appearance of the crown prince, all the available girls immediately surrounded him. Now the task became even more difficult for poor Lydia. Initially, she thought that there was only one problem, her friend Elian. It turned out that the matter was much more serious than expected. The crown prince smiled at the girls and kept up the conversation, although in reality, such attention tired him. The crown prince whispered to his friend that he did not need to wear the same mask as yesterday, but the Lord replied that it would not have changed anything. Suddenly, His Highness noticed a special girl in the crowd. He immediately recognized Lydia. He couldn't help but recognize those eyes and hair. Suddenly, someone stepped on the hem of the girl's dress, and she slipped. The crown prince called out loudly for her to be careful, but it was too late. The girl almost fell, if not for the man's quick reaction. Having made sure that the girl was okay, the guy exhaled calmly. It reminded him of yesterday. how he managed to catch the girl when she became ill. Ludia straightened up, straightened her dress, and thanked the young man, pretending that she did not recognize him. And then she said in surprise that it was really the crown prince himself who saved her again. The man smiled, offered her his hand, and said that this was indeed the case, and that this was the second time. The crown prince looked at the girl and asked if she was okay and how she was feeling. He also added that the girl needs to be careful. He won't always be there. The heroes said goodbye to each other and went their separate ways. On the way, Ludia couldn't help but think about the handsome crown prince. She remembered his eyes, his smile, and it seemed she now understood why Elian had fallen so in love with him. Suddenly, someone approached Ludia from behind. Jealous Elian immediately attacked her friend with accusations and claims. She jealously said that she saw how Ludia was in the arms of His Highness and flirted with him. The friend grabbed Ludia so hard that it hurt, and the girl asked him to stop it. Out of jealousy and anger, Elian said that the crown prince would not have helped her just like that, and communicated. And she added that he probably doesn't even know the whole truth about Ludia. Here, Ludia pushed aside her furious friend and asked how she knew that she and the crown prince were not acquainted. And how does Elian think? Is it possible to spend the night with someone unfamiliar? Elian was shocked by her friend's behavior. She had never behaved like this before. And she clarified with Ludia, asking what exactly she meant, and whether this meant that she and the crown prince spent the night together. Ludia answered positively. This finished off Elian. She was very confused and refused to believe it. She didn't stop asking, and asked if this was why Ludia had suddenly disappeared yesterday. The girl nodded her head, and Elian called her a liar, because she catches the crown prince's glances, and he looks at her. So Elian is sure that he is in love with her. Ludia boldly answered, asking how she knew that he was looking at her specifically. Maybe she was imagining it, and was making it up with her sick imagination. Elian got angry, to which Ludia asked her to control herself and not fantasize, since the crown prince didn't even speak to her. But Elian was not going to give in so easily, and warned her friend not to come anywhere near His Highness. And she added that this was for her own safety, and that she should consider it a friendly warning for now. Ludia struck a pose, and showed with her whole appearance that she was not afraid of her friend's words and threats. Elian added that if Ludia was telling the truth, then let her say it out loud. And until this happens, she will not believe it. And also until the crown prince himself proves the truth of her words. Ludia found herself in a difficult situation. She didn't think that things would go this far. The girls parted as enemies, although a minute ago they were best friends. Ludia walked and thought that Elian was right, that she didn't believe her about the night with the prince. The girl herself did not understand how she succumbed to Elian's provocation. She walked into the hall, but her legs did not obey her and became weak. The heroine was worried that if she approached the prince, he would ignore her. The girl was also worried about the looks of others. She was worried about what they would think. Finally, among the crowd, she saw His Highness. And he too noticed the young lady. She remembered Liana's advice about gratitude, so when she approached the men, she decided to use this option. Ludia bowed and said that she wanted to thank His Highness for the help he had provided yesterday. She feels awkward and hopes she hasn't caused His Highness too much trouble. The prince smiled shyly and said, apparently, he was too obvious. The girl did not understand what the man meant. He explained that witnesses told him that he was looking too closely at Ludia and asked for forgiveness. The thought flashed through the girl's head that it meant he really was looking at her, and now she herself felt awkward. She lowered her eyes in shame and assured the crown prince that he did not need to apologize. Nothing terrible had happened. The crown prince, seeing the girl's interest, suggested that they change location. The girl looked questioningly at the man. Ben explained that while he was in the hall, all attention was on him, and everyone forgot about the party. Ludia replied that His Highness was right and offered him her hand in agreement. Here, Lord Ashran reminded the people that the event was in honor of his engagement and not in honor of the crown prince, and told the people to have fun. He also asked for a moment of attention to his person. The Lord considered this the optimal solution to distract the people's attention from the crown prince, so that he too could have some fun. Then suddenly, Lady Liana grabbed Ludia and told her to hurry while they had the chance. There was no time to waste. Ludia didn't even have time to think or say anything before she was already being dragged somewhere to the side. Lady Liana joked that tomorrow's newspapers would sell like hot cakes. Elian watched all this closely from the crowd. She was already preparing a plan in her head for revenge on her former friend and a plan to capture the crown prince. A moment later, Ludia found herself in a room with the crown prince. Lady Liana left them alone. Ludia did not know what to expect. The crown prince pinned the girl against the wall. Ludia began to worry. The only thing she wanted was to just irritate her friend. The man pressed the girl against him and repeated her words, which she had told him the day before, so that he would be ready this evening. Ludia began to replay in her head everything that had happened before, how Lady Liana suggested leaving here, and the way she persistently pulled the girl somewhere without even giving her time to think, how an aristocrat led a girl into one of the rooms and asked her to come in and make herself at home. Ludia smiled politely, not wanting to seem rude, but only later did she understand the essence of what was happening. Lady Liana took off her masquerade mask and asked the girl what kind of tea she preferred. Ludia was not picky and replied that she drinks any tea. Princess Liana was about to leave the room when the crown prince approached her and discreetly asked what he looked like. Ludia tried to understand what was happening and remembered her first meeting with Liana and how she was very nice and friendly. Here, the princess joked that standing for a long time was harmful and suggested that the girl sit down. The guest sat down, and then the aristocrat announced that it was time for her to go look for a new husband. Ben and Ludia were surprised. Lady Liana, seeing their confusion, said that she thought that Ludia herself was looking for Ben, so she decided to help. Then she laughed and said that in any case, the two had something to talk about and she would not disturb them. Ben made it clear to her with his eyes that he was perplexed and looked questioningly at what she was doing. Seeing that the couple was embarrassed and shy, Lady Lena decided to take the initiative again and asked if Ludia had a man. The girl replied that no. Then Liana did not see any reason why they should not talk and wished them a good time. Ludia was so excited that she did not know what to answer and began to pray. Ben felt equally awkward and remained silent. Lady Liana turned and gave them both an encouraging wink. When the heroes were alone, the crown prince bowed and apologized for his sister. He continued that sometimes she behaves unpredictably and willfully. The tea was already brewed, and the girl turned to the crown prince and said that he wanted to tell her something. The man said nervously that it was true. He wanted to get to know the girl better, and that was why she was here now. The girl smiled and also asked in response. She found out that he studied with Lord Ashran, but how did their teacher know about her? The crown prince replied that he and the lord had indeed studied together, under the commander of the imperial knights, Marquis Berhard. Ludia was shocked at how small the world was. This was the same man, the officer with whom she had recently signed a contract for Ori. The girl immediately formed a picture in her head and understood that coincidences are not random. The crown prince smiled and sheepishly reminded the girl of what she had told him the previous evening, and he asked her to explain what the girl meant then. Her words do not leave him, but he still could not find the meaning. The girl looked at the man in confusion and thought. Then she apologized and said that because of the drugs that evening, she was not herself and did not remember some moments at all. Noticing how upset the crown prince was after these words, the girl herself began to wonder what she had said that evening. The girl was worried that she might have said something unnecessary and decided to apologize in case that happened. The man smiled and said that she could call him you and call him Ben, and he would call her Ludia. The girl thought, wow, what a turn of events. The crown prince himself is offering her an informal conversation. Crown Prince Bertha Cecil Durban Battenberg has held the title of heir apparent for over 10 years. He is the most prominent of the 5 brothers and the leading candidate for the imperial throne. He is also the main male character in the original story. The girl seriously thought about the fact that such a high-ranking person and the main character was talking to her like that. The man, noticing the girl's thoughtfulness, hastened to ask her if his words embarrassed her or if perhaps she didn't like something. The girl answered directly that she did not know whether she was worthy of such an honor. The crown prince replied that of course she was worthy. It was just a name. The girl thought again and gathered her strength to call the crown prince simply by his first name. And finally, she addressed him simply as Ben and became very embarrassed. The man was no less worried and told her that he was listening attentively and also called her by name. Ludia froze for a moment and could not utter a word. Inside her, her heart was pounding like crazy. She wondered why he was looking at her like that and smiling like that. Ben noticed that the girl was hanging and decided to break this awkward silence. He stood up and took a step towards Ludia. The man came close to the girl and decided to remind her of the words she whispered to him yesterday. He hugged his guest and said that she told him to be ready this evening. The girl was in shock. She really didn't remember anything like that. She looked at the crown prince and did not know what to answer him. Her heart began to beat even faster. Then she couldn't take it anymore and emotionally blurted out that she was profusely apologizing for her indecent behavior. Then the girl burst into tears and repeated that she would die of shame for daring to behave like that with the crown prince. The man began to calm the girl down, saying that it was okay, but he was ashamed that he attached importance to these words. Hearing this, Ludia immediately stopped crying and asked again what significance he attached to her words. The crown prince found himself in an awkward position. Now he felt ashamed in front of the girl for his behavior. The girl decided it would be better to defuse the situation and said that the situation had become very awkward, and wouldn't it be better for them to change the subject? The man sighed and happily agreed with the guest's proposal. And now the heroes found themselves in another awkward situation. They didn't know what to talk about with each other. Then the girl's gaze fell on the cooling tea, and she decided to take advantage of it. And she turned to the crown prince, saying that she noticed that their eyes were the same shade of red. Only the girl has a reddish undertone, while the crown prince has a deeper red. Ben replied that it was a genetic trait of their Battenberg family, black hair and red eyes. And then he asked the girl if she knew that before becoming the imperial family, his ancestors headed the Assassin's Guild. Their black hair helped them hide in the darkness, and their red eyes were called the eyes of death. Ben turned to the girl and asked if she now thought it was a terrible color. The girl answered negatively and said that the red eyes reminded her of a ruby that is a rich red and polished to perfection, so red eyes are beautiful for her. The crown prince was surprised by this comparison. He thought that this story would make the girl change her mind. But here it was the opposite. Here Ben became thoughtful, and his attention switched to something else. He asked the girl to wait for him. The man headed towards the exit, and Ludia couldn't understand what was happening or where the crown prince was heading. The girl felt awkward in this situation when the man left her alone and left without explaining. Ludia wondered if he had really abandoned her and humiliated her. Meanwhile, Ben went to look for his sister, Princess Liana, and found her in the hall. The sister was shocked that her brother simply left the girl alone because he was embarrassed by the compliment. She grabbed her head and said that she had never heard such nonsense in her life, and her brother was offended by her. Lady Liana thought how amazing it all was. Ben now holds the leading position of crown prince and heir apparent to the throne. And in the past, his position was precarious due to the fact that he was the youngest. But everything changed since Marquise Bernhard became Ben's teacher. The royal family's supporters began to rally around him, and he became strong enough to stand up to his rivals. He is talented, strong, handsome, and is aware of this and notices how his appearance affects women. But he knows absolutely nothing about romance and courting a woman. The sister smiled and said that she thought she had raised a wolf, but he turned out to be a fox cub. Liana asked if Ben had at least thanked the girl for the compliment, to which the crown prince was surprised. The sister was shocked and asked her brother again if he had simply left the girl alone in the room without explaining anything. Here, Lady Liana lost the power of speech and could say nothing more, only emotions. The crown prince now also realized what he had done. Without a word, he turned and ran towards the hall where he had left Ludia. The sister looked after her brother and smiled and understood his behavior perfectly, and anyone who knows his past will understand. Lady Liana sat down next to her husband, and they discussed the situation, and Ben himself, for a long time. From Ludia, he felt warmth and kindness. No one had spoken to him like that before. Previously, people spoke to him only with suspicion and caution. He always had a hard time communicating with people. Because of the struggle for the throne, he had many enemies and ill-wishers. Liana really hoped that no one was threatening him now. Lord Ashran teased his wife, remembering how she spoke to her brother. Lady Liana turned to him, advising him to at least sometimes notice the hints, if he doesn't want to get divorced right after the wedding. At this point, Lord Ashran immediately changed and ran up to his wife, apologizing for his coldness and ready to correct his mistake. Lady Liana is a strong woman who raised 2 younger brothers, and her husband, Cabus, was also younger than her. Lying in bed that night, Ludia could not sleep for a long time due to emotions. She remembered the past day. The day was simply crazy and eventful. The girl recalled how the crown prince left her alone in the room and suddenly went somewhere without saying a word. At first, she thought that Ben was deliberately making fun of her, but when the man returned, he explained that there were circumstances, and the girl believed in the sincerity of his words. Then they talked for a whole hour and communicated pleasantly with each other. But Ludia was worried about one important point. How could the crown prince just become interested in a commoner? He certainly seemed sincere, but the girl still thought it was strange, because he had a huge selection of girls who were ready for anything, and everything would have been fine if it weren't for the envious and hot-tempered Elian. Although in general, the girl liked life in the role of Elian. Now she has a better financial situation, a nice house, clothes, a loving family, and a beautiful appearance. The girl thought it wasn't bad. No, even more than that, she hit the real jackpot. She is the winner of the reincarnation lottery. Moreover, in recent years, the girl has earned so much that she can live comfortably for the rest of her life without working. This is just an ideal picture of the world. Except for one small detail. This is Elian. She will definitely not leave yesterday alone, and the girl needs to be on her guard. Ludia jumped and rejoiced like a child, and was so inspired that she decided that she would no longer communicate with Elian. Having woken up in a great mood, the heroine went to work, and the first thing she did was go to the management office. And there an unusual picture awaited her. Elian was hard at work in the office. A friend greeted Ludia and pointed out that she was late, probably because of yesterday's party. The heroine was perplexed and asked to explain what was going on here. Elian looked at her in surprise and said that Ludia was acting strange today. Elian was just doing her job, and she joked that now that the ball and the fun were over, she needed to get down to work. This behavior was unusual for the lazy Elian. When Ludia was working and toiling, Elian was walking and going shopping. The heroine understood that her friend was planning something bad and told her. Elian assumed an innocent and uncomprehending look and asked in a naive voice what her friend meant. Ludia stated that during her entire time working there, she never saw Elian do anything. She dumped everything on her friend. Elian replied that she simply decided to help. Ludia didn't believe her and asked her not to talk nonsense. And she asked why Elian was behaving this way, what he really wanted from her. Elian looked surprised and asked again if everything was okay with her friend. And she replied that she didn't want anything from anyone. Then she approached Ludia and tied her hand, saying that she did not understand her friend's reaction. Elian reminded that they had been friends for a long time and were best friends. And looking at Ludia, she asked her to confirm her words. Ludia looked at her silently, trying to understand what was happening, and saw that Elian was playing a double game, pretending to be a friend. Since Elian does not fight openly, Ludia also decided to support this policy and replied that time will tell. Elian smiled and said that now everything had changed and she would try her best. After a difficult dialogue, Ludia decided to get some air in the yard. She clearly underestimated the enemy. Elian turned out to be more cunning than she thought. Her friend was not just an intriguer. She is a cunning and thoughtful enemy who can strike unexpectedly at any moment. Now this reincarnation of Ludia no longer seemed like a jackpot or a lottery ticket. She already missed her old life. Suddenly, the girl's attention was attracted by a strange stranger. The figure of a stranger disappeared into the crowd. Ludia stood up warily. She raised her hand and called a taxi, and then remembered that there were no taxis in this world, and immediately called a carriage. The carriage was reserved, but when the woman offered double the fare, the coachman immediately agreed. The girl was determined to find a way out and answers to her questions. After a while, the carriage stopped, and the guy said that they had arrived at their destination. Getting out of the carriage, the girl was shocked by the views. It was the Tower of the Blind, the magical tower of the continent's chief archmage, where not everyone gets to. The girl was stopped at registration and asked to answer questions and explain the reason why she was there. When she gave her name, the guy at the registration desk immediately stopped writing and looked up. He asked again if she was the same Ludia who works at the Astria company, and the girl confirmed the information with surprise. And she said that her visit was connected with a consultation on interdimensional travel. While the guy was walking Ludia to the office, the girl looked around. It was her first time in such a place. The worker explained that these issues are handled by only one person, Teferi Akilar, the owner by title, who is over 200 years old. The heroes entered a room that resembled a magical elevator, and the man said that the girl would have to wait in line. Suddenly, the worker stopped and turned to the girl to say something important. He was a little worried. He explained that he wanted to warn her in advance that the magician had a bad character and the girl might not like him. Ludia laughed and replied that she was not weak and could handle it, especially since she had experience. Then the guy started asking again and again if the girl was sure, if she really wanted this, if she had changed her mind. The heroine answered all the questions that she was ready. Then the guy activated the elevator and told her to hold on tight. The girl had never seen such a mechanism before. The elevator picked up a furious speed, like the speed of light, and Ludia screamed in surprise. The most interesting thing is that they flew not up but down. When the elevator finally stopped, Ludia felt dizzy and could barely move. She said that they would never come back here again and also grumbled at the guy for not warning him about this. Suddenly, someone called Ludia. She turned around and couldn't believe her eyes. The crown prince himself stood in front of her and asked what brought the girl here. She answered as is, that she came for a consultation, but could not remember the name of the magician who was told to her at registration. The crown prince pretended to be lost in thought and did not understand who was being talked about. And then he laughed and asked if she had signed up with the owner. Ludia thought, what a stupid title. Who gives themselves the title of master? The crown prince began to explain that this man had a difficult character and he could not stand it if someone took up his time. When you come to him, you need to get straight to the point, otherwise he might send you off with swearing and abuse. Ludia thought, what a daredevil you have to be to curse the crown prince himself. She became even more interested in this man and couldn't wait to visit him for a consultation. Suddenly, the crown prince gently placed his hand on Ludia and stopped her. The girl looked questioningly at the man and asked if she had any plans after the consultation. The girl replied that no, and was very happy that the crown prince had offered to meet, and she decided to ask him point blank if he was asking her out on a date. The crown prince thought for a moment and asked how she guessed. Ben continued that he felt guilty about not hanging out yesterday and therefore wanted to invite her to dinner. The girl was actually joking, but it was very opportune. Today she would finally warn him about Elian. The girl replied that she would be happy to go to dinner with the man if he waited for her. Having finished her conversation with Ben, Ludia finally entered the office of the magician, titled the owner, who was the owner of the tower. She knocked out of politeness and said that she had come for a consultation. The girl expected to see a white-haired old man, but imagine her surprise when she saw a child. The girl muttered as she went down the stairs. It was a shame that Ludia was afraid of the old man. She should have helped, but she stood there like a statue. Ludia was confused and didn't know how to react. In front of her stood the cutest girl, whose cheek she wanted to pinch. Finally, Ludia decided to address her and called her baby. The girl went berserk and ordered to call her the master of the tower. She proudly declared that her name was Teferi, the last of the Akalar line, and asked to tell what brought the girl here. But before Ludia could say anything, Teferi called her an outsider. Ludia looked puzzled and asked for an explanation. The magician replied that Ludia herself knew perfectly well what she meant. Teferi said that she felt that there was alien energy flowing through the girl. But the miracles didn't end there. The magician also added that she saw that her soul wasn't even from this world. Each soul has its own frequency and color, and Ludia's is completely different from that of the local inhabitants. Teferi was a telepath and could read minds, and heard what Ludia was thinking about the 200-year-old mage looking like a child, and she replied that his soul was indeed 200 years old. But this body was only 8, and he was in the body of this child. Ludia was horrified that the old man had taken the body of a small child. The magician replied that of course he had not taken anyone's body. He performed a ritual of reuniting souls, a unique ability of his family. There was no need to explain this at length, so the magician suggested that the girl get straight to the point, and he said that the girl came to him to ask about the connection between souls and interdimensional travel. The girl was amazed by his insight and said that he was right, and now she could return to where she came from. The magician immediately replied that there was no way to return to his world. Ludia was shocked. She had so hoped that the magician could help her. That's why she had come all the way here. And to hear in response that there was no hope, the girl was disappointed. But staying here was not the worst outcome. The magician encouraged her by saying that Ludia was lucky, since this wasn't the worst place one could end up. Ludia sighed and agreed with the tower's owner. She said with sorrow that her family remained there, and she was pained by the thought of never seeing her loved ones again. The magician thought for a moment, and then said that no one on this continent understood these matters better than him. But perhaps the answer to the question can be found in other areas. And the magician mentioned theology, which studies invisible beings, namely gods. And this is not at all the same as magic, which cannot be measured. There is a possibility that in this area the girl will be given a different answer, or some kind of hint. The great magician also mentioned the great forest, and then fell silent. Ludia hastened to ask him again what was going on with the forest, what he wanted to say. The tower owner smiled mysteriously, and then said that his dad is in the great forest. The girl was surprised by this whole story, but was ready to try everything to return home to her family. After a long conversation, the consultation finally ended, and Ludia left the office. There she was met by the handsome crown prince, who had been waiting for the beautiful girl. They were glad to see each other. The girl approached the man and apologized for making him wait so long. Ben replied that he was ready to wait for her as long as it took, and then suggested that they go to the exit together. During dinner, the girl thought only about her recent conversation with the tower's owner. She had expected the possibility that she wouldn't be able to return home, but hearing this from the outside was still shocking. But it gave me hope that there was still a chance. Ludia replayed in her head the conversation with the magician. He asked if anything unusual had happened before the reincarnation. The girl said that she simply fell asleep while reading a book and woke up in a different body and a different dimension. The magician just shook his head and said that he could find out about the possibility of the girl returning home. Ludia was delighted, but the great magician added that it would not be free. One piece of paper will be needed as a guarantee that they will cover all expenses that will be required in the future. Ludia said that she would agree if the magician would let her touch her cheek in exchange. The girl sat and thought about how much the magician would ask for. Since he agreed, it would be an astronomical sum. Suddenly, the man asked her again if she was okay, because the girl had been sitting all evening and had eaten almost nothing. Opposite her sat the disguised crown prince, who had disguised himself with the help of a magic ring. Seeing that his new appearance embarrassed Ludia, he suggested cutting off his long hair, but the girl stopped him. The girl said that this hair suits him very well and he shouldn't cut it. But even in disguise, the crown prince couldn't help but attract admiring glances from everyone around him. The girls talked only about him. The crown prince had no idea that even in this form he would attract so much attention. Perhaps he should have chosen a different location. Ludia herself looked at the man with admiration and could not take her eyes off him. Seeing that the girl liked his hair, he listened to her words and put the knife back in place. Ludia noticed that the crown prince sighed deeply and looked somewhat sad. She decided to fill the silence and asked what would happen if he cut his hair. Ben replied that by putting on the ring, it would grow again. Then a waitress approached them with a tray. She showed them the toast she had made herself for the first time that day, and she asked if the guests would like to try it. Ludia noticed that the waitress was overly polite and kind, but at the same time, she didn't pay any attention to her. It was as if Ludia didn't exist, and she immediately realized that the restaurant worker was flirting with Ben. And he shows complete indifference to the lady he came with. It would be strange if they didn't flirt with such a handsome man. The toast looked very appetizing, and Ludia decided to ignore the waitress, anticipating the taste of the toast. When the waitress said it was on the house, Ben refused and asked for the dish to be taken away. He said that they would only eat what they ordered, and he didn't like it when they made an exception just for him. The girl was very upset by this answer, but silently took the toast back. Ludia also looked sadly after the delicious toast was leaving. Ben then turned joyfully to Ludia and asked her if she liked what he did. Ludia, of course, didn't say that she liked the juicy toast that Ben refused better. The girl noticed the strange expression on the man's face and became worried. After a delicious dinner, the couple strolled down the street and had a nice conversation. Ludia remembered that she had grape juice with her, and she offered it to Ben, who happily accepted. Opening the bottle, the man said that it's not what you eat that matters, but who you eat it with, and asked Ludia's opinion on this matter. Ludia was surprised by the man's phrases, and she wondered where he learned such things, whether there really were pickup schools. After drinking some juice, Ben asked the girl if she was free today, since running a trading company takes a lot of time. The girl replied that she had finished all her business meetings for the day, and also asked about the prince's busy schedule. After a short pause, The man replied that his position was not difficult for him, and he did not feel any particular difficulties with the workload. Over the years, he began to clearly see the lies in people who were hostile to him. It is even easier for him to identify people who wish him ill and are only looking for profit and advantage. Addressing the girl, he added that he felt that Lydia was not one of those people. The girl was very pleased to hear this, because in fact it was true. Taking advantage of the moment, the Crown Prince decided to tell a story that happened to him last year. Last year, his sister took him south, and the royal family was in panic due to the absence of the Crown Prince. But he told them that if they could, then let them take his position. Unfortunately, no one has been able to do this for 10 years. The girl noticed that behind all the glitter and gloss of royal life, Ben was having a very hard time, and this burden was weighing him down. He is not the firstborn, not the son of the empress, he is only the son of a concubine. Lydia listened to the man silently and attentively, drawing her own conclusions. She asked him if the prince was bragging now. The Crown Prince stopped and was surprised by the girl's question. It was unexpected. Usually everyone always agreed with him, but he immediately felt that Lydia was different from the others. She was a special girl, next to whom you could be yourself. So the Crown Prince smiled and replied that he was indeed bragging, and he asked if he could show off a little in front of a beautiful girl. Lydia smiled and replied that he could. Then the topic changed, and the man asked about the girl's tastes, what kind of men she liked, what her ideal was. The girl was a little confused by this question. She thought for a moment, and after a short pause, answered that she liked beautiful ones. Ben was surprised, as this was a rather broad answer, and nothing could be understood from it. There were no specifics. Then Lydia explained that she had a lot of money, so it was enough for her that a man was handsome in appearance and had a good body. The girl believes that her character can be adjusted. The main thing is that it is not rude. Abilities are not important to her either. She can handle everything herself. The main thing is that he is handsome. Then Lydia looked at Ben and said to herself that here he stands before her, a handsome man and the ideal of a man. Suddenly, she felt awkward about the fact that she might have betrayed her interest and turned away in embarrassment. Ben listened to Lydia's story with interest. He thought it was sweet and naive. Then he stopped and wanted to confess something. The Crown Prince said that he felt that his ideal coincided with the girl's ideal. Children were playing and making noise near the heroes, and one of them accidentally pushed the couple, and the heroes fell into the water. Lydia got a little bruised when she fell and said that it hurt. Then she looked at Ben and asked if he was okay. Ben was all wet and replied that it was okay. He was perfectly fine and offered his hand to the girl. Lydia offered her hand to the man, and he said that he also thought that his ideal was someone nice. They sat in the fountain, wet but happy, and Ben asked the girl if she thought they were perfect for each other. They say that the life of a crown prince must be incredibly busy and stressful, but in reality, it is a simple routine. He wakes up at dawn, and the first thing he does is go train with the sword. Then he holds hearings and meetings, and receives petitioners and audiences. And during the day, he listens to reports from Caves, his old friend and assistant. Thanks to Cabeza's assistance and professionalism, the Crown Prince is given few paperwork responsibilities. With such people by his side, the Crown Prince's life went smoothly and didn't require much supervision. But today, everything changed. In the morning, over a cup of tea, the sister asked how their date with Miss Lydia went and why Ben was acting strangely. Ben was upset about something and sighed sadly. Lady Liana demanded that her brother immediately tell her everything. All the courtiers have already noticed and are frightened by such changes in the Crown Prince's behavior. Lady Liana said that she loves him and is always ready to listen and support him. Ben began his story by saying that he was polite and did not skimp on compliments and kind words. Everything was going well. Lydia looked happy and cheerful. Lady Liana asked not to delay and get down to business. Ben did as his sister advised, asked the girl about her ideal, and answered in such a way as to be similar to this ideal. But suddenly, Lydia's reaction was unexpected. She froze and went speechless with shock. And then she just ran away without saying a word. Lady Liana almost spilled her tea. The Crown Prince added sadly that he had always listened to his sister's advice and trusted it, but this time it had been a complete failure. Lady Liana's expression immediately changed, and she turned away from her brother with displeasure. The man felt guilty and began to justify himself by saying that only part of her advice had not worked. Liana loved her younger brother very much, so she couldn't stay angry with him for long. She also found it very strange that the girl ran away and didn't say anything. Usually people at least say something. During the conversation, Liana tried to understand Ludia's strange behavior, because when they met, she seemed interested in Ben. The sister looked at her brother and wanted to ask him directly, but asked him to be honest with her. She asked if he knew why the girl could do this, and in general, what he did to her. The crown prince began to fuss and seemed to avoid answering, which made Liana wary. Then the sister exploded and attacked her brother, screaming about what he had done. Ben insisted that he had done nothing wrong. He said that he simply confessed his feelings to the girl. The sister demanded to continue, and Ben replied that he simply hugged the girl and kissed her on the forehead. Lady Liana was then even more surprised and confused. After talking with her brother, she wandered around the palace for a long time, trying to figure out what was going on. A kiss on the forehead does not mean anything bad, because even priests do it during the knight's oath. The brother did nothing wrong, but the girl, due to her age, she had just turned 18, might have been embarrassed. Lady Liana reflected that Ben had always been modest and very reserved with women, but here he was moving at breakneck speed. But still, Liana found it strange that such a self-confident girl as Miss Ludia ran away without saying a word. Surely there must be a good reason for this, which Liana doesn't know yet. Here the princess's thoughts were interrupted by her husband, who was in a good mood and in the mood for jokes. But seeing his wife's puzzled look, he hurried to find out what was the matter. Suddenly, the wife unexpectedly asked to kiss her on the forehead. The husband was in shock. Cabus asked in surprise why a kiss on the forehead. Then he pursed his lips and said that he would do anything for his beloved wife. And he kissed Lady Liana on the forehead. Then he looked pleased, expecting a reward or, at worst, praise. Lady Liana, however, was lost in her thoughts about her brother and was in no hurry to praise her husband. After thinking a little about the kiss on the forehead, she said that there was nothing special about it. Cabes was perplexed. Then Liana decided to test another theory and asked her husband not to come closer than 5 steps from her for one day. Cabus became indignant and asked why he suddenly couldn't approach his legal wife. Because her husband began to contradict Lady Liana, he would not approach her for 2 days instead of 1. The man almost begged and howled why this was so. The woman was relentless and cruel, and said that now he would not touch her for 3 days. Suddenly, Miss Ludia was called, saying that a guest was waiting for her. It was Lady Liana. She came to talk to the girl. The princess apologized for the disturbance and the sudden visit, to which Lucia replied that it was nothing to worry about and that she had not slept well yesterday. The princess wondered if the girl had slept poorly because of the situation with Ben. Ludia didn't know why the princess had come and was worried that Ben had said something unnecessary during their meeting yesterday. The girl felt uneasy, as she did not know what exactly the crown prince had said and how he had presented it. Lady Liana broke the silence and asked if she could address the girl simply by her first name. Ludia replied that of course the princess could address her by name. The princess thanked him and decided to get straight to the point. She said that she doesn't like to waste time and prefers directness to hints, and what Ludia thinks about this. The girl replied that she thought the same, to which the princess turned to her and said that she would then ask directly. She asked what happened between her and Ben yesterday. The princess added that she knows that she and her brother met, and that she is aware of many events, since she has a large circle of friends. Liana continued that, after yesterday's meeting, her brother had been behaving strangely, walking around sad all day and not answering questions. Lady Liana understands that her visit may seem rude, but he explained that he was simply very worried about his cousin. The princess asked to tell the truth, whether Ben had done anything wrong. Miss Ludia started the conversation by saying that nothing bad had happened, and yesterday immediately appeared before her eyes, how she and the crown prince fell into the fountain and he kissed her on the forehead. The girl felt very awkward. She didn't know how to tell the princess about this and covered her face with her hands. Then she barely uttered that she was ashamed. Lady Liana's heart began to pound. She was already imagining the most terrible scenes of what had happened. Dying of shame, Ludia found the strength to continue, saying that Ben had indeed done something, but nothing terrible had happened. The girl simply lost her composure at that moment and ran away. But then she felt ashamed of her rudeness and wanted to apologize. But this was the crown prince himself, and she was ashamed and awkward to appear before him. It seems Lady Liana began to understand what had happened. She finally sighed, and an interesting thought occurred to her. She turned to Ludia with a smile, and she was happy that the princess was not angry with her. Liana continued by asking if the girl had ever dreamed of becoming an empress. Just an hour ago, Miss Ludia was in her room. She had gotten up late and was going through her usual morning routine. Her forehead burned as if it were on fire, and she was so confused that she forgot to warn the crown prince about Elian yesterday. She liked Ben and his attentions, but the girl was tormented by doubts about whether the crown prince really wanted a relationship with her. She always considered Elian a fool for being head over heels in love with the prince, running after him and behaving stupidly. And now she has an ambiguous relationship with the crown prince, and she doesn't know what to think. But at some point, she felt joy and relief that she had changed the course of events, and that she would probably not be executed because of Elian. This was her main interest in communicating with Ben. He is, of course, a handsome man, but the girl never thought that he would look at her. She could never have dreamed that she would start dating the crown prince, and that he would become her lover. Every girl probably dreams of such a man. But these thoughts simultaneously confused her and blew her mind. Ludia just wanted to avoid execution, go to a quiet village, find peace, and spend money without limits. And now the princess's question about whether she would like to become empress knocked the wind out from under her. The girl wondered if Lady Liana really wanted her to answer such a tricky question, which was tantamount to suicide. Therefore, the heroine decides to protect herself and answer neutrally, saying that the princess's question is very dangerous. And Ludia sincerely does not understand why the princess came to her house to ask such questions. Lady Liana was surprised, and she asked if Ludia remembered Lord Demior, the one who served her wine with drugs at the ball on the day of her engagement. The crown prince has an aversion to anything related to drugs, as he has a painful past related to it. Because of this, 3 years ago, he took tough measures to suppress drug-related crimes. And everyone thought that everything was already over, as the recent incident at the ball shocked everyone. And Ben is now investigating this crime with complete dedication, and sometimes it goes beyond reasonable limits. Ludia hastened to ask again whether it was because of her that Ben was behaving this way. The princess replied that the girl was not mistaken. It was because of her that the crown prince had lost his mind. The heroine hesitated. She felt awkward from such words, and she simply remained silent. Lady Liana continued the family history by saying that the royal family has countless branches of the ruling house. Each family tries to strengthen its power in order to seize the imperial throne. Likewise, their family lays claim to the imperial throne and 2 other ducal houses. The emperor himself wants to see Ben as his heir, as he has no influential relatives compared to others. But for this to happen, one important condition is necessary. The crown prince needs a wife. So he doesn't need power and connections, but he needs someone who will be loyal to him, will support him, and give him love, like Ludia. And if Ludia agrees to support her brother, then the princess will also support the girl to become empress. Several days passed after this conversation. All these days, Ludia spent in confusion and anxiety. Her head was spinning from various thoughts. Here she receives a letter containing an invitation to a charity fund from Harkrade von Terwand. The girl got angry, crumpled the letter, and wondered why the hell she was even invited to such events. And who is this Harkrade anyway? I can't even pronounce his name. But she couldn't not go, as she was invited as a representative of her company. Another representative, Elian, was also planning to go there with her. Ludia could barely contain herself and tried to act neutral, despite the fact that she and her friend had recently had a fight. But after this incident, Elian became even more attached to the girl, pretending that nothing had happened. Elian followed her friend and talked about the outfits the girls would wear. Although the invitation was specifically for Ludia, Elian infuriated her, but maybe it was better to keep her close. As they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. That's what she did, and tried to calmly endure all her friends' empty talk. Although the more time passed, the more difficult it became to do this. Ludia was more troubled by her thoughts after her conversation with the princess and the offer to become empress, and she decides to find out some information from Elian. So I asked my friend a question, and she listened attentively. Ludia asked to answer what it means for Elian to be an empress. The girl thought for a moment and replied that it was the highest position, when you stood above everyone else. This is what every girl dreams of, to marry an emperor and rule with him. This is when you don't bow your head before anyone. But on the contrary, everyone bows before you. Ludia listened attentively to her friend. Here Ilian, with undisguised curiosity, asked why the girl was asking for this. Ludia answered that she was just asking for it. But Elian wasn't as stupid and naive as she wanted to seem. She immediately realized that her friend wasn't asking this for no reason. But Ludia, not wanting to continue this topic, went to the palace and called her friend. Before entering the hall full of strangers from high society, Ludia asked who Harkrade was. Elian replied that he was a fairly well-known person in high society, and she was surprised that Ludia had not heard anything about him. And she laughed, saying that Ludia was completely ignorant about these things, but she had a best friend who would always help. Harkrade, the eldest son of the Marquis family of Tervand, who was chosen as chief aide-de-camp by the Crown Prince himself. Ludia asked in surprise that the Crown Prince had appointed his rival as his chief adjutant. Elian replied that this is not all, and there are many rumors circulating. Ludia was intrigued and asked to continue. Elian knew all the gossip. The girl continued that there are many rumors about their close relationship and who is deceiving whom. This man is rumored to be providing Ben with false information, and Ben, in turn, keeps him close by and uses him to keep the yard under control. Ludia was shocked by these gossips, and she wondered why the Marquis had invited her to this event at all. Since he had no connections to their trading guild, it all seemed suspicious. The girls were walking through the hall when they heard excited voices and hurried to find out what was going on. The other girls squealed with joy. The heroines could not understand what had impressed them so much that they could not contain their emotions. Seeing the list, Ludia assumed it might be from an auction catalog. Elian asked to say what kind of lot could have caused such a reaction in the girls. My friend couldn't stand it and ran over to read and figure it out herself. And I was shocked. In the entire history of auctions, this had never happened. And she herself also fell into a mad ecstasy like the other girls. People thought that she was the only normal person left in the hall. She tried to ask her friend, but she didn't hear anything anymore. Then, Ludia hurried to see what kind of lot it was that drove the girls crazy. Among the many lots, there was one very intriguing and piquant one, a portrait of a naked crown prince. Ludia was shocked. She never expected to read something like that. She couldn't imagine who could come up with something like that. Her own blood pressure rose, and her nose started bleeding. But it must be admitted that this is an excellent advertising ploy. Many would be willing to give up half of their wealth for it. 2 days ago, Lady Liana came to the Crown Prince's palace to talk to her brother. She had an interesting proposal for him. When he found out what kind of proposal his sister had made to him, he was outraged to the extreme. The princess sat calmly and explained that it would not be on display for the whole world to see, and that the portrait would only be half-length. Lady Liana knew how to get her way and how to persuade anyone. So after some time, the Crown Prince was already sitting in a chair, ready to pose, although with a not very pleased face. His sister asked him if he didn't want to marry Miss Ludia. The Crown Prince blushed with embarrassment and asked what she was even talking about. Liana replied that of course it was too early to talk about the wedding itself, but there was little time left. Ben thought anxiously, because his sister was right. Because the emperor's health is deteriorating every day, and a change of throne is inevitable, and Ben urgently needs a wife. Unlike other princes his age who are already married, he doesn't even have a fiancé, and Ben's relatives, unfortunately, will not be able to provide significant support. The princess explained that the Ludi family, although of minor nobility, had influence thanks to the company. The empire is also currently experiencing enormous difficulties due to the costs of maintaining the army, and marriage with Ludia could help with this task, if it is possible to conclude an agreement not only with the knights, but with the entire army. Then the army's expenses will be significantly reduced, and Ludia will gain colossal influence in the military sphere. If military power is concentrated around Ludia, this will lead to the strengthening of Ben's imperial power. The Crown Prince replied that he understood all this, but did not know whether the girl herself wanted this situation. The princess replied that the girl did not want this yet. After all, during a recent conversation, she replied that she appreciated such an offer, but this role seemed beyond her capabilities, and Liana thought that perhaps she was rushing things too much, and it was too early to talk about the throne. But the princess is not one to give up quickly, so she offers her brother a drastic option, and asks to seduce the girl. Ben asked in surprise if she really thought it would help, to which Liana replied that yes, that is how she married Cabeza, by seducing him. And Liana is sure that if Ben tries, no woman will be able to resist him. Well, except her, of course. Besides, everyone likes some spice and intrigue in a relationship. Ben asked his sister to explain what she meant. Liana smiled and said that Ludia was also a woman, and, like any woman, she liked handsome men. Therefore, if the crown prince becomes naked, the seduction process will be launched. And the princess was absolutely right. Ludia stood and thought that she wanted this portrait of the prince, but the competition would be tough. Then, Elian runs up to her and offers an interesting idea so as not to overpay each one separately. She suggests teaming up and buying the portrait together, as it will be cheaper for each of us, and we will have a better chance of getting ahead of the others. Ludia thought about this idea. My friend didn't lag behind and rushed me to make a decision, saying what else could I think about? He was a naked prince. Ludia, of course, really wanted this portrait, but she hesitated. Buying a portrait of a prince means expressing your devotion and passion to him. But the question is, how much such a lot will cost? All this time, the friend did not lag behind and jumped around the girl, trying to persuade her and wondering what else she was thinking about. Suddenly, an important person entered the hall and everyone fell silent. The woman addressed Ludia personally. Ludia did not immediately recognize the noble person, but then suddenly the memory itself surfaced. It was Verfonia Roderpult, the eldest daughter of the noble Roderpult family, one of the founders of the nobility. She is also the main psychic in all the stories. The Roderpult family tried to unite with the royal family and create a powerful alliance. There was only one way to do this: conquer the still unmarried crown prince and use the beautiful Verfonia for this purpose. The girl really fell in love with the handsome prince, but the problem was different. No matter how much she tried to seduce him, the crown prince showed no interest in her. She invited him to balls and plays, but all to no avail. Despite all attempts, the crown prince remained cold. And then the desperate Verfonia became embittered and plunged into darkness. Passion drove her crazy. She desperately loved the crown prince, and at the same time hated him. When the main character appeared in the original story and became close to the prince, Verfonia took it hard. Jealousy took over her mind. The girl found it unbearable to watch the lovers. She even tried to harm both of them. But thanks to the influence of her family, the girl was not executed, but sent into exile. In short, she was a stronger version of Elian. When Verfonia approached Ludia to say hello, Ludia tried to simply respond politely and keep her distance. Verfonia began to praise the heroine, talking about her success in the company. The girl thanked the lady. The socialite suggested switching to informal terms and expressed a desire to be friends. Before Ludia could respond, Elian entered the conversation and began chatting pleasantly with the auction guest. She said that the girls had not seen each other for a long time, and it was unexpected for her to see the Marquise here. Elian asked where this woman had disappeared from high society. She replied that she was very busy, to which Elian replied that she thought that the Marquise had long since gotten married. For that old count who courted her? Verfonia smiled and replied that she was pleased that the girl remembered her suitors so well. Ludia listened to the girls bite each other and tried to remember if they were enemies in the original story. The Marquise advised Elian to finally settle down and get on with her life. Maybe then her personal life would improve. Elian laughed and replied that, unlike the Marquise, the girl looked good, so there was no need to worry about her. Ludia thought with alarm that if these girls started sorting things out right here, the whole room would turn its attention to them. The girl noticed that those around her had already begun to awkwardly move away, as if sensing an unpleasant scene. She decided that it was better to leave here as quickly as possible before she herself was drawn into this awkward conflict between rivals. At that moment, Elian noticed that someone had called Ludia by her first name without permission and hinted at her bad manners. The girl turned to her rival with a smile and added that it was impolite to address a person like that without his consent. Then Elian sarcastically asked if the Roderpelt family didn't teach their heirs good manners in society. Hearing this, Ludia mentally howled in despair, realizing that her former friend was deliberately drawing her into someone else's squabble. Verfonia looked at Elian mockingly and sarcastically remarked that she should mind her manners. Elian smiled and added that with such an impressive upbringing, she especially found it amusing to hear such teachings. And then she asked with a smile how Verphonia had managed to get into the royal guard barracks. Hearing this, Verphonia suddenly flared up and exclaimed indignantly, demanding an explanation for such gossip and rumors. The pink-haired beauty gritted her teeth and tried to contain her irritation. Ludia watched what was happening with alarm. From the outside, it seemed that the girls behaved almost identically, as if there was some strange similarity between them. The blonde chuckled and noted that she thought the rumors about her rival were exaggerated, but now it seemed like everything turned out to be true. She was about to continue her barbed innuendo about the previous incident when Ludia quietly called her name. Ludia looked at her friend with concern and asked her to calm down, realizing that she had gotten too carried away. Elian turned her head towards Ludia in surprise, clearly not expecting to be suddenly interrupted in the middle of their argument. At that moment, Ludia turned sternly to Verphonia and demanded that she pull herself together. Verphonia nervously covered her face with her fan and coldly noted that Ludia looked overly agitated by this scene. Elian flushed with anger and lashed out at her rival, indignantly demanding an explanation for such a tone. Ludia stood between them, worried that if these two were left alone, they would definitely start a real fight. The girl forced a smile and decided that the only way to stop the argument was to simply change the subject. She politely asked Verphonia what she was planning to buy at the upcoming charity auction. The pink-haired beauty calmly replied that, of course, she was going to buy a nude portrait of His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Ludia sighed mentally and thought that this was exactly the answer she had expected. She also added that competition for this lot will be fierce, and it will not be easy to get it. Verphonia admitted that she is not really interested in the portrait itself, but in the hype and problems it might cause. Ludia asked again, confused, about the injury, not immediately understanding what exactly her opponent meant. At that moment, it became known that the winner of the auction would receive not only the portrait, but also a personal meeting with His Highness. Verphonia smiled and stated that such bets were natural for a person who was going to become empress. Elian added that the Marquise wouldn't be able to win this lot anyway, so she better not even try to compete. Verphonia narrowed her eyes and mockingly asked why her opponent was so confident of her victory. Ludia screamed, realizing that Elian had been quiet all this time only because she had prepared some kind of plan in advance. Elian smiled calmly and confidently told Ludia not to worry, because she made this decision on her own. Ludia screamed angrily and tried to stop her friend, realizing that her main problem was her self-confidence. Verphonia just grinned and asked excitedly if Elian had really decided to challenge her openly. Elian smiled confidently in response, and calmly suggested that they see which of them would ultimately emerge victorious. Ludia thought with relief that she had managed to get out of this tense squabble literally at the last moment. At that moment, one of the servants approached her and politely greeted the girl, addressing her as Miss Ludia. The girl asked in confusion who they were talking about when she heard that Her Highness herself was urgently looking for her. Seeing the girl's confusion, the man decided to find out who asked to call her. Princess Liana personally wanted to see Ludia. The girl was led to the carriage. Lady Liana called out to Ludia joyfully, and with a wide smile invited her to come closer. Then she quickly dragged the girl into the carriage, as if she had prepared a small private conversation for them in advance. Ludia was a little taken aback by such a sudden invitation, but nevertheless politely prepared to listen. Liana admitted that she called her specifically because she wanted to discuss something important. Ludia calmly replied that, of course, she was ready to listen to her. After this, the princess cautiously asked if Ludia had seen the announcement of the upcoming event. Ludia said the portrait of the topless crown prince was a rather bold lot, and she thought it was too daring. She also added that selling such a painting would not be so easy. In response, the princess cheerfully explained that this was precisely why the secret auction was planned. Only the winner would see the portrait. Ludia, still a little embarrassed, quietly thought that it still seemed like too much to her. Liana added in the meantime that the auction itself would only take place tomorrow, and today they should simply enjoy the reception. Ludia asked awkwardly if the princess had called her just to tell her about this. The princess laughed, enjoying her little intrigue, while Ludia was still trying to figure out what was going on. The girl honestly admitted that she felt that she was invited not only for this reason, but for another reason. Lady Liana touches her chin thoughtfully and calmly replies that everything is actually quite simple. The princess warns that the upcoming auction may be much more dangerous than it seems. The girl looks at her interlocutor in surprise and carefully asks what exactly she means. The woman explains that Ludia must have noticed the special bonus that comes with the crown prince's portrait. Lady Liana adds that most people will not be fighting for the painting at all, but for this bonus, the princess quietly says that there is something serious behind this. Ludia is stunned to hear that many poisoned items were recently found in the crown prince's chambers. The princess gloomily clarifies that all the people involved in this matter are already dead. The woman seriously warns that if this story is simply hushed up, next time everything could end up much more dangerous. Liana seriously explains to Ludia that this is why Ben decided to use himself as bait to lure out the criminals. Ludia is shocked and asks if everyone who is after Ben's life will come to the auction for this bonus prize. The princess calmly nods her head and confirms that everything was exactly as planned. Now everyone is under suspicion, even perhaps representatives of the noble faction, other heirs to the throne. Ben's brothers and relatives will also now be kept a closer eye on. Ludia didn't even understand how it would be possible to do this, because there were so many people and they didn't look like criminals. And everything in the palace looks very calm. The girl decided to ask the princess again whether she thought the idea of a nude portrait was a bit much. The princess explained that this was only a provocation to distract the criminals, and this is a mere trifle of all that they had to do to preserve and maintain power. Lady Liana also added that shame and pride last for a moment, but death is eternity. She calmly assured the girl that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. Despite the fact that the princess assured me not to worry, how could I remain calm? Suddenly, the girl stopped at one strange thought. She wondered with horror if the princess had really told her all this on purpose, so that the girl would actually start to worry. Ludia made it clear that she was not going to become empress. She was not interested in that. The girl's anxious thoughts were interrupted by her friend, who approached the balcony where Ludia stood and watched everyone. Elian took their favorite drink for both of them and looked for a friend to drink with. Ludia was not in the mood to communicate with anyone or have a conversation when the question of the crown prince's life and death was at stake. But Elian didn't know anything and therefore was very cheerful and suggested that her friend also have some fun. A friend handed Ludia an orange drink, assuring her that it was not strong. The view from above was wonderful. The girls were in a luxurious palace. The people around were having fun and were happy. Elian found people very lively and playful, like fluttering butterflies. Ludia was not in the mood for jokes and replied indifferently that it reminded her more of a moth than butterflies. The friend laughed out loud. Ludia thought it was strange. She seemed drunk. But my friend insisted that the drink was non-alcoholic, so she was already drunk. Eliane continued to have fun and laugh and said that this was her favorite drink. Suddenly, one thought surprised Ludia, and she froze for a moment. They had a fight with Elian because of the girl's jealous and hot-tempered nature. And how could they communicate so calmly now? Ludia found it strange, and the heroine reflected that lately, communicating with her friend had become less unpleasant, despite the strained relationship. After Ludia began to stand up for her rights more aggressively, her friend began to treat her better and more respectfully. And while sipping delicious orange juice, the girl thought that it was still not worth relaxing. The heroine recalled how Elian had previously treated her more like a servant than a friend. Elian noticed that her friend became very puzzled and asked if everything was okay. The heroine reassured the girl that everything was fine. She was just thinking about the upcoming auction. Suddenly, Elian felt that the drink contained alcohol and suggested bringing something else. She said that she would rather bring some water and return soon, and asked Ludia to wait for her here. Previously, Ludia always brought drinks and served her friend in every possible way, but now something has changed dramatically. The alcohol relaxed the girl, and she tried to come to her senses and not lose her vigilance. Then she frowned and decided that her friend wanted to lull her attentiveness and do some dirty trick. But Ludia would not allow this to happen. At that moment, the girl returned and brought water and gave it to her friend. The heroine decided to find out something from Elian, since she was aware of all the gossip and intrigue and had a large circle of acquaintances. Ludia asked how her friend knew the Marquise Verfonia. Elian looked away. It was clear that the girl did not want to discuss this topic and asked why she was being asked about it. Ludia replied that it was just curiosity. It seemed to her that the girls had known each other for a long time, although she had never seen them together before. Then Elian raised her head and muttered irritably that Verphonia was her rival. Ludia exclaimed in surprise and asked again why the girl thought so. Elian explained that before, when Verphonia lived here, she would steal the guys that Elian liked from her. Now, Ludia understood what kind of relationship they had and why their meeting was so tense and full of anger. Here the girl added that the Marquise stole not only guys from her, and she told with pain that Verphonia tried to get everything the girl liked, even things, jewelry, and friends. And she warned her friend that the Marquise was very arrogant and would not just approach someone to make her acquaintance, but she approached Ludia. This means only one thing. Ludia is now her new target, since the Marquise simply wants to annoy Elian. The heroine listened to her friend with bewilderment. Suddenly, the voice of the Marquise herself was heard. She approached the girls and called out to Ludia. Elian was so angry when she saw her competitor that she couldn't contain the emotions on her face, while Ludia greeted the woman, to which the woman replied that Ludia could address her informally and that she had been looking for a girlfriend for a long time. Elian was simply seething from this feigned politeness of her rival and pounced on her with demands about what she wanted from them. Verphonia naively replied that she simply wanted to chat and make friends with Ludia, who was the subject of so much talk. Then the Marquise laughed and taunted Elian, saying that she should leave Ludia alone and not put her in an awkward position, to which the girl immediately responded to the impudent aristocrat that it was she who was creating the awkward situation. Then she grabbed Ludia by the hand and declared that she was her friend and that she was not interested in others. Here the Marquise calmly took the girl by the hand and asked her to confirm that Elian was behaving very intrusively. The rivals began to tug at Ludia like a rope, each to their own side, and demanding confirmation of who was right. The girl was only angered by the fact that the girls were drawing her into their conflict and argument and wanted to use her as a weapon of revenge. The heroine couldn't stand it any longer and suddenly broke free from their hands. It was necessary to take drastic measures, since the girls didn't stop. The rivals were so carried away by the competition that they completely forgot about boundaries and limits. As she left, Ludia said ironically that seeing how well the girls were getting along, she was forced to leave so as not to interfere with their communication. And she quickly left. The girl went outside to cool down and calm down. She also recalled a recent conversation with the princess, where she invited her to have dinner together, and if the girl needs help at today's event, then she can approach the Western Lake. Ludia decided to do just that. Of course, she didn't need help at the moment. She simply decided to use this opportunity to escape from two crazy people. There was no one in the park. The girl decided to sit down on a bench and take a little rest from all the hustle and bustle. After all, sometimes help comes not only from a person. Now the very view of the lake was calming and healing, which is exactly what the girl needed right now. The heroine enjoyed the peace and quiet. It was so good. Suddenly, someone threw a jacket over her shoulders. The girl turned around anxiously. It was the crown prince himself. He was happy to see the girl and apologized for keeping her waiting. Ben asked if Princess Liana had told her about his location, and Ludia confirmed it. The man gently asked the girl if he could sit next to her. Ludia was glad to have such company. She was a little confused and didn't know what to say or what to ask, since this whole story with the portrait was very strange. In any case, the girl felt that the princess wanted to bring her and Ben together and make Ludia empress. Then she smiled and thought that maybe it would be nice to become an empress and stay here forever. But suddenly, her thoughts became clouded by the fact that she might actually become a ruler and then suddenly disappear into her own world. If this happens, it will be a disaster and an embarrassment to the real heroine of the novel. Ben decided to break the silence, and seeing the girl's pensive look, he decided to ask what she was thinking about. The girl was embarrassed to tell the truth and replied that she was simply thinking about various little things in life. The heroine also admitted that she never expected to see the crown prince here. Ben sighed and replied that there was a good reason for meeting here. Ludia asked to explain such strange circumstances. The man turned to her with awkward silence. The heroine waited for answers to her questions with undisguised excitement. She was very worried about Ben. They sat in the garden all night, enjoying each other's company, and the next day, they were busy preparing for the auction. Ludia got up quite late, and of course, she looked tired. Seeing her in this state, her friend exclaimed what was wrong with the girl, who said that she had hardly slept at night. Elian remembered that her friend had gone for a walk in the evening, which was completely unlike her, and asked where exactly she had been. The girl yawned and replied that she had gone to the western lake to get some fresh air. Elian started scolding her for going there at night, especially in drag. Ludia replied that she was fed up with her friend's conversations. The girl was thinking about something completely different to herself. If it weren't for Ben's last conversation, she wouldn't have stayed in the park for so long. And the heroine began to remember that evening. As they stood by the lake, the crown prince looked into her eyes and asked in an uncertain voice what he meant to her. She could never have imagined that the guy would start such a conversation so soon and under such conditions. Here the girl's thoughts were interrupted by a friend. She said that the auction would start soon and was worried that the portrait would go to Verphonia. Ludia decided to play a joke on her friend and said that it seemed to her that the girls got along well yesterday. At the mere mention of the Marquise, Elian began to shake, and she demanded that such things not be said again. And then she hugged her friend and said that the two of them get along well. But Verphonia is her enemy and rival. Ludia immediately removed Elian's hand, as she didn't want to play these best friend games. Elian guessed and decided to change the subject, saying that she was a little ashamed of yesterday. She realized that she had gone too far. She also understands that she probably caused her friend unnecessary trouble. Ludia laughed it off and said that everything was fine, but in reality, this behavior was not like Elian and therefore alarming. Then the host's voice announced that the auction would soon begin and asked the participants to take their seats. The first lot was rolled out into the hall, while the host greeted the guests and talked about the event and its sponsors. Everyone was excited about the start of the auction and, of course, was waiting for the main lot, a portrait of the naked crown prince. The bidding for the first lot began. It was a statue of the first prince. There were many interested parties, and the hall became noisy, and in this lot the record was set by Duke Malian, the father of the current empress. Prince First Volatrain addressed his rival and said that he believed that he would take first place this year. The man shook his head and replied that time would tell. He added that it was too early to celebrate victory. Prince Volatrain snorted at his opponent and called him an insolent fellow. The auction was in full swing. Everyone wanted to get their hands on the lot and beat out their rivals. And finally, the main lot of the event was brought out. This is a portrait of the crown prince, and then a real battle began. Everyone wanted to get the portrait at any cost, and this lot was clearly gaining more popularity than the statue of the first prince of Volatrain, who was horrified. The portrait was almost bought when one lady among the guests outbid him and named a higher price. The amount was 3,500, and the host turned to the audience, asking if anyone was ready to give more. Many had already dropped out. The presenter had already started the countdown when suddenly one hand in the hall was raised. It was the Marquise Verphonia, who named the sum of 4,000 platinum coins and outbid. The hall gasped in amazement. Elian was furious with anger and was ready to strangle her opponent. But she didn't want to give in to this impudent woman, so she raised her hand and named the sum of 5,000 coins. Verphonia outbid her. Elian immediately responded by raising the amount, and a fight broke out between the girls. Neither one wanted to give in to their opponent. The entire hall watched their battle with excitement. The girls continued and reached 6,000 coins. The audience gasped, and everyone began to talk among themselves that such a sum had never been seen before. Verphonia raised the bet, and after a pause, the presenter began the countdown. Elian was seething with rage. The organizers didn't even expect such excitement and such a tense fight. The host was getting ready to finish the countdown when Ludia suddenly announced the fabulous sum of 10,000 platinum coins. Complete silence fell in the hall. Even the first prince was horrified. He barely came to terms with the fact that his statue lost to the portrait. But such a gap in total shocked him. Everyone looked at the blonde beauty, who sat quietly all evening and did not attract any attention to herself. No one could beat this bid, and the portrait remained hers. Ludia said that she was ready to pay immediately. Then she stood up and headed towards the exit when a woman approached her from behind. It was Princess Liana, who decided, out of curiosity, to find out what impressions the girl had of the portrait. The girl's look was extremely dissatisfied, and she said that this was a scam and a deception, because this is not a painting of a naked crown prince, but a painting painted by the crown prince himself. Ludia approached Lady Liana and asked what they would do if someone else bought the portrait. To this, the princess replied that the painting would have been lost on the way anyway, and they would have simply returned the money for it. Lady Liana smiled, seeming pleased that everything was going as she had planned. Ludia was tormented by thoughts about whether the princess knew for sure that this would happen, or was simply hoping for such an outcome. In any case, by purchasing this portrait, the girl showed how strongly she was disposed towards the crown prince. Her mind was transported back to the evening conversation by the lake, when the prince had said that he had another reason for coming to her. The girl did not understand the hints and asked him to explain what the man meant. His answer shocked the heroine. She never expected to hear that. Ben asked permission to paint her personal portrait. Ludia had no previous experience of posing. Today was a first for everything, being the subject of a painting and posing under the moon, and also feel how someone's gaze penetrates inside you, carefully studying every detail. The girl herself couldn't take her eyes off Ben. The crown prince herself was like a living picture. At this point, Princess Liana interrupted the girl's thoughts and asked a very awkward question. She asked if buying the portrait could be considered a sign that the girl cared about Ben. Ludia was embarrassed and silent, then asked, "What will happen when she becomes crown princess?" Princess Liana asked, confused, what exactly the girl meant. The girl explained that if she becomes the crown princess, she will also control Princess Liana. The princess asked if the girl hated her, and that was why she was asking such a question. Ludia replied that it was most likely out of revenge, and she reminded the princess how she had deliberately sent her to the lake so that she would meet Ben and could not escape. Lady Liana laughed and said jokingly that she was glad that her plan had worked in the end. Ludia looked at her and was surprised that the woman didn't even deny it. Then Lady Liana said that if the girl wanted to consider her a villain, she could do so as much as she wanted. She had done more terrible things for her cousin and was ready to do more, but accepting the girl's hatred was nothing to her. Perhaps one day, when they become rulers, they may demand her head and she will be ready to give it to them. Well, for now it's better to put off revenge for later, since more important matters await them. Ludia asked not to attach much importance to her words and said that she was satisfied and that her revenge ended there. Suddenly, the princess asked the girl if she should go anywhere. Ludia did not understand what she was talking about, but a second later, she remembered that the winner of the auction would have a personal meeting with the crown prince and understood what Liana meant. Lady Liana laughed, realizing that the girl understood what was being said and said that everything was fair and square. Her reward was already waiting for her. Ludia walked slowly through the garden to meet Ben, feeling nervous and unsure about the conversation. The girl remembers yesterday evening at the lake, where she found herself so close to him for the first time. She replays in her mind the way the crown prince looked at her with a soft smile that made her feel uneasy. The heroine remembers how he silently drew her, and she stood motionless, feeling a strange warmth inside. Ben was looking closely at her features at that moment, trying to convey every detail with special concentration. He remembers her image and realizes that he cannot get her out of his thoughts. Ludia, slightly embarrassed, involuntarily smiles, remembering his gaze, full of quiet interest. The crown prince wonders tensely whether she realizes his feelings or is still in the dark. He finds himself thinking that every time she smiles at him, his heart starts beating faster. Ben knows that there are too many people around him with hidden agendas who might turn against him. He reflects gloomily on his surroundings, realizing that many are hiding their true intentions and may betray him. He remembers Ludia and notes that she differs from the others in her sincerity, warmth, and honesty. When a girl appears in front of him, he involuntarily freezes, feeling a special attraction to her. The crown prince recalls the moment he first heard her name and the strange feeling that arose. Then he became curious about what kind of person she was and why she attracted his attention so much. Over time, the heroine occupied his thoughts more and more, and he caught himself unable to stop thinking about her. He recalls their meeting at a masquerade, where she looked mysterious and defenseless in a mask. The girl then, being drunk, whispered to him to be ready that night, and how much this puzzled him. The guy still can't understand the meaning of her words, and feels like he's losing his usual cold rationality because of her. Remembering another moment, he sees how they fell into the fountain together, and then, for the first time, a strange feeling arose between them. Ben calmly tells Ludia that he has finished the portrait, remembering that evening by the lake and feeling a quiet excitement. The girl shyly admits that it was her first time posing, and she felt awkward, although inside she felt warm next to him. The crown prince, looking at her, catches himself thinking that he wants her and longs to be closer, no longer hiding his feelings even from himself. He addresses Ludia tenderly by name, and she responds with slight embarrassment, feeling the excitement growing between them. Ben says seriously that from now on he wants to stay by her side, showing his determination and sincerity. The guy adds that he is fully aware of the consequences of his choice, although inside he is still worried. Ludia looks at him in surprise when he admits that he allowed himself to give in to these strong feelings. The crown prince openly says that from the moment they met, he has not been able to take his eyes off her and is constantly drawn to her. He wonders what she really means to him. Feeling these feelings grow deeper, Ben admits with a slight smile that he has already found the answer and now wants to hear the same from her, hoping for reciprocity. Ben asks Ludia earnestly what he means to her, and she freezes in confusion at his words. The girl is at a loss and quietly draws out an answer, not knowing what to say. Feeling embarrassed and internally confused, he gently reassures her that everything is okay, trying to ease the tension between them. The crown prince adds that their meeting will not end there, making it clear that he intends to continue the conversation. The guy admits that for him, she has become something both constant and infinitely important. Ludia, walking through the clearing, thoughtfully ponders whether she likes Ben, but still does not find an answer. The heroine honestly admits to herself that she is not yet at all sure of her feelings for him. The girl recalls that this world seems to follow a predetermined story, and she had never even thought about it before. She stops and realizes that, despite her doubts, there is something she can no longer doubt. Ludia looks at Ben and realizes that it was he who made her heart flutter so strongly for the first time. Ludia calmly reminds Ben that she invested a considerable amount of money in this painting and looks at him with slight reproach. The girl asks if he understands what this means, and there is a hidden tension in her voice. The crown prince confidently replies that he understands everything perfectly well, looking at her with a soft smile. He adds that he knows how such a purchase could turn out to be a loss for her, and says this almost mockingly. Ludia smiles slightly and turns everything into a joke, calling the deal clearly unprofitable for herself. Then the girl gently takes the prince by the face, and a noticeable excitement arises between them. The guy assures that no matter what happens, he will always protect the girl. He leans slightly towards her and, lowering his voice, continues to speak, increasing the closeness between them. And suddenly, he offers her to take him as today's prize, as compensation. Afterwards, they walk down the road together, and Ludia carefully raises the topic of his possible problems with military spending. Ben asks Ludia warily who told her about his problems, and there is surprise in his voice. The girl calmly replies that it was Lady Liana, and notices how tiredly he reacts to the mention of his sister. He brushes it off, saying that one shouldn't attach too much importance to the princess's words. Ludia gently objects, and confidently states that military spending falls within her purview. The heroine begins to explain to the prince that her guild can conclude a profitable contract for the supply of resources for the army. She adds that this will allow her to cut current expenses by almost half, closely monitoring his reaction. Ben thinks about it and asks if this will be too much of a burden for her guild. The girl calmly replies that this is unlikely to be a problem, remaining confident in her words. The crown prince explains that such a contract will ensure the guild's long-term benefits and stability, but he doesn't want to burden the girl with state problems, to which the girl smiled at him and said that she does not enter into unfavorable contracts. Ludia explains that when expanding the contract, they will have to negotiate with Marquise Berhard, and she says this with a slight tension. The girl carefully adds that if their relationship becomes known, it could create pressure during negotiations. She suggests keeping everything a secret for now, hoping that he will understand her position. Ben looks at her thoughtfully, clearly considering her words and hiding his emotions. She admits that she doesn't like secret relationships, but now they have no other choice. The guy adds that he would like to resolve this as quickly as possible, as he will not be able to hide his feelings for long. The crown prince suddenly admits that he can hardly restrain himself from picking her up and carrying her to the palace. Ludia blushes sharply and imagines the situation in panic, not knowing how to react to it. The girl shyly objects, saying that he can't do that because others will see it. He calmly replies that it's even better this way, leaving her completely confused. Ludia panics at the thought of Elian and Verfonia finding out about their relationship and starting a real war against her. The girl explains to Ben that it is too difficult to reveal everything now, and asks the man to wait a little. He calmly agrees with her words, but makes it clear that the engagement will then have to be postponed, and this surprises her. The Crown Prince confidently says that he planned to hold the ceremony in 3 months, which shocks her. Ludia, embarrassed and confused, objects that this is too fast, not being prepared for such a rapid development of events. The guy calmly replies that the details and timing can be discussed later, trying not to put pressure on her. He adds that now they should focus on more important things than plans for the future. Ben gently takes her hand, and from this touch she involuntarily freezes, feeling strong excitement. The Crown Prince leans down and tenderly kisses her hand, saying that he wants to keep this moment in his memory without hiding his feelings. Ludia blushes sharply and is stunned to think how quickly he became so bold after they started dating. Ludia suddenly realizes that they talked so much about the future, but Ben never asked her to be with him officially. The girl stops and decides to first clarify their relationship for herself, feeling a slight tension. She admits out loud that they discussed secret meetings and an engagement, but never called a spade a spade. The heroine asks him to tell her directly who they are to each other, and looks at him with serious anticipation. Ben is a little taken aback by this question, feeling awkward and internally embarrassed. He looked at her worriedly and tried to gather his strength. The Crown Prince begins to answer, but stumbles mid-sentence, unable to find the right words. The guy falls silent and looks away, realizing that he is suddenly at a loss. Ludia teases him with a smile, reminding him that he has talked so much but cannot give a simple definition of their relationship. Ben admits that he simply did not express himself formally, intending to finally say it out loud, whether she would agree to be his, and fell silent. Ben, gathering his courage, asked Ludia if she would agree to be his, but he stopped mid-sentence, embarrassed. The girl smiled softly, and with a slight mockery asked him who exactly she was supposed to become. The Crown Prince became even more confused and tried to speak again, but was unable to finish his sentence. Ludia, unable to bear it, confessed and suggested they start dating. Sensing the man's excitement, he immediately replied that he wanted to say it first. Feeling awkward because of his lack of confidence, she calmly added that she was simply tired of waiting and decided to take matters into her own hands. The girl smiled and said that since she confessed first today, next time he should do everything properly. Ben agreed with her words, feeling relief and joy from the reciprocity. The next morning, the girl's friend Elian hurried to see her. Ludia was not very pleased with this visit. Elian ran up to Ludia with lively interest and immediately asked how everything went, barely containing her impatience. The girl briefly remembered Ben's words about wanting to keep this moment in her memory, which made her feel confused. Ludia was embarrassed and did not fully understand what exactly he meant then. Feeling slightly confused, her friend interrupted her impatiently and asked her in a suggestive tone if she didn't understand what she was talking about. Elian, with a loving smile, clarified that she meant the meeting with the Crown Prince and that very portrait. She enthusiastically began asking him what he looked like, clearly imagining everything in her head. The friend almost begged to let her take a peek at the painting, not hiding her curiosity. Ludia immediately refused, feeling awkward and unwilling to share it. The girl added seriously that the painting could not be shown, as it was against the rules and could cause harm. The heroine stood her ground despite the pressure and had no intention of giving in. Elian put an insulting pressure on their friendship and reproached Ludia for acting heartlessly, since she could have shown the portrait at least once. Ludia frowned and said irritably that this friend was only dumping work on her and still had the audacity to demand it. The girl coldly cut off the conversation and ordered Elian to return to her duties immediately, not wanting to continue the argument. Elian was surprised and asked suspiciously where she was going, sensing something was wrong. Ludia calmly replied that she had business outside the office, hiding her true purpose and remaining confident. She got into the carriage and drove away, trying to distance herself from the unpleasant conversation and put her thoughts in order. On the way, the heroine reflected that now that she was with Ben, she no longer needed to fear Elian's intrigues. The girl was relieved to realize that her life was no longer in danger, and she felt much calmer. She confidently thought that now it would be much easier for her to cope with Elian than before. Ludia arrived at the place, got out of the carriage, and in front of her was the largest jewelry workshop in the capital. Ludia walked inside and was immediately greeted warmly, which made her a little surprised by such a warm welcome. The man introduced himself as the assistant manager and bowed politely, making a pleasant impression. He asked with a smile how he could be of service. Looking attentively at the guest, the girl calmly replied that she wanted to buy a ruby. She then added that after purchasing it, she plans to make it into an exquisite gift. The administrator nodded approvingly and offered to show her the rough gemstones. He politely invited her to go upstairs and personally promised to show her everything. Ludia upstairs, tea and sweets were immediately served to her, emphasizing her status as a special guest. The man ordered samples of rubies to be brought and confidently added that she had come to the right place, since their house was famous for the best stones. Ludia looked around the room and noted that there were indeed many high-quality stones on display. The administrator noted that she seemed to have a good knowledge of jewelry, watching her closely. The girl calmly introduced herself as Ludia Mertens, head of the trading company Astria, maintaining a businesslike tone. The man was noticeably surprised to hear her name, since she had been the talk of the town lately. At this moment, the assistant brought samples of rubies and carefully laid them out in front of the guest. The administrator began to show the stones and confidently praised their quality, trying to impress. He added that such rubies would be ideal for the head of a large company, paying her a compliment. Ludia looked at the stones carefully, assessing their shine and hue, remaining focused. The girl calmly said that she would like to see a deeper color and asked if there were other options. She hopes to find a shade similar to Ben's red eyes. The administrator explained with slight excitement that to achieve this shade, the stone would require magical treatment. He added that a master capable of such work is quite eccentric, which is why collaboration could be difficult. Ludia, the girl, already guessed who she would hear in response, and tensed up internally. The administrator calmly announced that this master was Teferi Akalar. Ludia immediately realized that they were talking about the little lord of the magic tower, which she had encountered before. The heroine sighed heavily and decided that there was no choice, so she would have to go to the magic tower again. She arrived there and soon met the magician, who asked her directly if she wanted to improve the stone. The girl confidently answered that yes, because she had heard about the possibility of magically enhancing precious stones. Teferi extended her hand and demanded to give her the item, and Ludia mistakenly put her hand in it, and the mage became angry. Ludia became embarrassed, smiled awkwardly, and asked for a second, realizing her mistake. The girl quickly held out the box with the stone, trying to correct herself and look confident. Ludia looked closely at the stone and said she wanted a deeper red shade. The mage cast a spell over the stone with a light movement of her hand, using her power with concentration. Teferi clarified whether this option would be suitable, showing the changed color. Ludia was surprised that everything happened so quickly and easily, not hiding her amazement. The magician explained with a slight smile that this was only a temporary change and it would not last long. The girl admitted that she would like an even darker shade, continuing to refine the result. Teferi calmly explained that a deeper color would require much more magical energy and time, and that Ludia was shocked when she heard that it would require 3 times more money, and asked again. The girl admitted with pain and shame that she had spent a lot of money on a recent auction, and now could not pay that much. Teferi sympathized with the client's situation, and said that she had previously provided an IOU, and that the mage would now do it for free. Ludia couldn't believe her eyes and jumped for joy, but the sorceress was cold to her emotions and sat calmly. Teferi wanted to clarify why the girl needed to process the stone, since it was already flawless. The client replied that she needed it as a gift. The tower's owner asked to clarify who exactly the gift was for, and asked if the girl wanted it for her parents. Then Ludia admitted that the gift was intended for the crown prince, and the gift should be the color of his eyes. The sorceress's face changed when she heard the crown prince's words and asked the girl again. And then she said that she had changed her mind about helping Ludia. The girl was shocked and asked for an explanation, but Teferi didn't want to explain anything and rudely told the client to get out of here. Ludia was completely confused and could not imagine the reason for such behavior. The sorceress returned the box with jewels, did not want to talk to the girl anymore, and sat with an offended look. Ludia briefly wondered if Teferi also had feelings for Ben, and was horrified by the thought. The girl's head was splitting from all the thoughts, and she wondered if she had really fallen in love with such a sinful man. Ludia felt unwell, and she couldn't even get up to leave. The magician looked at her thoughtfully. In the end, she couldn't stand it any longer, and said that if the girl really needed it that badly, she was ready to help. The client immediately felt better, her face immediately changed, and she became happy. But she asked again if the sorceress would change her mind. Teferi replied irritably that she would not change her mind, but she could not understand what Ludia saw in this unfeeling man. The girl began to remember her lover, and his actions do not at all indicate that he is insensitive, quite the opposite. But the tower's mistress had no intention of changing her opinion of the man. Then the mage concentrated and said that it was all because of the strange energy that she felt from Ludia. Ludia excitedly asked to explain what the sorceress meant. The tower's mistress added that because of this energy, many more strange things would happen to the girl. Bringing the visit to a close, she said that the stone would be ready within a week and would be sent to the girl. Before parting, the sorceress encouraged Ludia by saying that, despite everything, there are many wonderful things in life. The girl did not quite understand the meaning of these words, and suddenly, the magician suggested that if Ludia wanted, she could become attached to her. Ludia asked again in surprise and then said if she could touch her cheek then. Teferi frowned and muttered that the girl was up to her old tricks again. Ludia couldn't resist and touched the sorceress's cheek, and I was delighted with how Teferi had such cute and soft cheeks. The magician didn't last long, and she pulled the girl's hand away and said that it was enough, and it was time for her to go. But the girl did not calm down and asked one more time, to which Teferi irritably drove the girl away. The mage waved her finger, and Ludia immediately found herself on the street in front of the tower, and she began to whine that she had only touched the sorceress once. Teferi was unperturbed. Displays of tender feelings were alien to her. Ludia had to return to work, and she went back. The journey and the visit to the magician had tired her out, but she still had a lot of work and paperwork to complete. She heard strange voices coming from the office. Besides Elian, there were other people there, and their indignant intonations could be heard. Ludia looked into the office and saw a man demanding an answer from Elian and asking what he was going to do about it. Confused, Elian could not answer anything, and when she saw Ludia, she became happy and looked at her as if she were her savior. She immediately ran up to her friend and hid behind her. The girl, remaining calm, answered, "To be more precise, she is a representative of the company. And who will this man be?" The second man from behind looked excited, handed over a business card, and passed it to the girls. On the business card, Ludia read that Count Sevenel Becantor was standing before her. Ludia responded by introducing herself as the daughter of Viscount Mertens, to which his only concern was who would compensate him for his losses, and at that moment he took out a stack of documents, and he handed them over to the girl for review. These were the results of a geological examination. To the point that a collapse could happen at any moment. The Count demanded that all work on this territory be completely stopped, otherwise he would demand full compensation for the damage. Ludia, trying to remain calm, asked who exactly conducted the research. The man responded irritably that this official study was conducted at the Imperial University. Ludia noticed something strange in the document. 2 years ago, their company began operations with the approval of the Imperial University, and until last year there were no problems, but now they suddenly appeared. The girl also noticed that the document did not contain the name of the person who approved the examination. The girl then turned to the Count and asked who had discovered the anomaly and authorized the inspection on his lands. The man was so frightened by the examination and angry at their company that he did not want to hear any arguments. He attacked the girl with claims that she doubted his words. But other company employees entered the office and asked what was going on, as loud voices could be heard. The Count realized that it was dangerous to continue in this tone, and the legal loopholes in the document forced him to retreat. He left. Here, Ludia took a step towards him and asked where the man was rushing off to. After all, his lands are under threat of collapse because of their company, and he just up and leaves. The man had nothing more weighty and convincing to say. The girl then said that she would ask Marquis Bernhard, their patron, to conduct a re-examination, and depending on the results, they will either compensate the Marquis for the damages or prosecute him for making false accusations against the company. The man was shocked by the legal savvy and young girl. When the scandalous count left, Elian showered Ludia with compliments and jumped on her to hug and kiss her. Ludia made a remark to her friend that if she was also a representative of the company, then she was obliged to be able to resolve such issues. Elian burst into tears and replied with a trembling voice that the count had frightened her very much. He was scary and evil. Ludia had no intention of listening to her friend's whining. She walked over to the map and began to study the lands where their company operated. She showed Elian the place where their company's mines and Count Bekentor's lands were located. And looking at the location of the mountains, the probability of their mines collapsing is minimal. Elian listened attentively and confirmed. Elian also added that her friend personally monitors the safety of the work. So why did the examination results change 2 years later? Ludia took the newspaper and began to explain. There was a recent news report that there was a cave-in on the opposite side of their mine, but it had nothing to do with their company. Here, Elian continued the thought that perhaps the Count was trying to compensate for his losses through them. Then she asked in amazement whether this meant that their company's mine now belonged to the Count. Ludia thought about it and said that there was such a possibility. Elian was shocked. Ludia continued that if the Count's demand was satisfied, then their mine would temporarily pass into his possession, since it was he who initiated the examination and received the report. And while the investigation is ongoing, their company will not be able to make a profit. So the longer this process drags on, the greater their losses will be. Ludia assumed that he most likely wanted to delay the investigation and ultimately force them to abandon the mine. Elian then said hopefully that since Count Bekentor had left, there were no more problems. The girl told her friend not to be too happy and not to get her hopes up. If this report is not fake, then someone approved it. But the question is, who and why did not indicate their name? Here, Elian asked her friend if she knew anyone from the Imperial University. The girl thought for a moment and then remembered an acquaintance. The sorceress Teferi asked Ludia irritably what had possessed her to return only an hour after their meeting. Having heard the story, the tower's mistress became even more angry, cursing that the girl had dragged her here for such nonsense. Ludia justified herself by saying that Teferi was the only one she remembered now. After all, Teferi should know at least someone from the Imperial University. After all, she lived for 200 years. The sorceress understood the girl's logic and said that she could recommend one person regarding geological research. The name Rosalind Zeekman seemed familiar to the girl, but she couldn't remember exactly. But a moment later, she remembered and couldn't believe it. This is the rector of the Imperial University himself. After a while, the heroes were already walking along the corridors of the university, and Ludia was surprised that they could really just come like that. The girls entered the rector's office, and Teferi greeted her. The rector was very surprised to see an old acquaintance. There was a meeting going on at the moment, but Teferi told everyone that she needed to talk to the rector and for everyone to get out. Ludia was confused and felt embarrassed by the magician's rudeness. She leaned over and quietly said in his ear that it was a bit harsh. Before she could get a response from Teferi, she saw that everyone had obediently stood up and started leaving the room. Ludia was shocked by this picture. What else could she expect from this meeting? The rector turned to the magician and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, to which the magician grumbled and said that they had seen each other last month. Rosalind then turned to the girl sweetly and asked her to introduce herself. Ludia felt awkward in front of such a person and modestly introduced herself. Rosalina replied that she heard about the girl. The woman Teferi was in her element and got straight to the point, stating that Ludia needed help. The woman asked the girl if she probably wanted bombs, since her specialty was explosives and bombs. Ludia was shocked. She asked to meet with a geology expert. What did bombs have to do with it? Understanding the girl's thoughts, the magician calmly said that in order to detonate bombs, one must have a good understanding of the terrain. Rosalind was delighted and laughed that the magician finally acknowledged her as an expert after calling her a mediocrity. Teferi stated that this only applies to the bomb sphere. She is confident that no one can compare to her knowledge, having lived only 50 years. Rosalind added that age does not automatically make someone smarter and wiser. These words hurt the magician's ego, and she attacked the rector with curses. But she laughed and said that this did not concern the great magician. At this, the rector turned to the girl and asked her to tell him why she came here. The girl excitedly replied that she needed to meet with a geologist. The guest explained that she needed to conduct a safety inspection of one of the Astria company's mines. The woman was extremely surprised because she remembered well that their company had already conducted research before starting work. The girl, Rosalind, took the documents to review and was surprised that a second study showed that the soil had suddenly become dangerous. The woman found this very strange and also said that the person who conducted the check no longer works at the university. Lydia hurried to find out where Rosalind had found this man's name in the documents, because the girl hadn't seen anything. The woman replied that the name was not given, but she had learned the methodology of the examination and knew who it could have been. Last year, this man made a mistake in a study that resulted in casualties, which is why he was fired and expelled. Lydia had a new hope. Maybe this research was complete nonsense and a mistake. She approached the rector with a question about how these documents were approved and stamped. Rosalind exhaled heavily and replied that she, too, was curious about how this had happened. The mage was indignant about who had approved these documents, to which the rector replied with regret that Teferi knew this person well. The sorceress immediately guessed that it was Jacques Setorin. Teferi turned sadly to the girl and said that things were worse than she thought. Surprised, Lydia asked to explain what was going on. Lydia watched with great interest. Fascinated, she had never seen such magic before. After another spell, the ball disappeared, and the magician said that she would let me know as soon as this person was found. The tower's owner contacted the university's rector and asked him to investigate how this report received the university's seal. The woman replied that she would do everything necessary, as she would not allow the reputation of the Imperial University to be tarnished. Rosalind then handed the documents to Lydia and assured her that she would make every effort to sort things out as quickly as possible. She said that tomorrow there would be a presentation and awards ceremony at the Imperial University and invited the girl. Lydia was surprised and thoughtful, seeing the girl's embarrassment. The woman added that at this ceremony, she would introduce her to geology specialists. The girl decided that this could be valuable information and that such an opportunity could not be missed. Then, with hope in her voice, she added that things were going better than she expected, and she had faith that everything would be fine. That night, the Count arrived at the palace and was very saddened by the situation that had happened. It was Okanel Huvi, the mother of the second prince, who was upset that the Count had failed to complete the task. The man began to make excuses, but the woman did not want to hear anything. She turned to the Count and asked what she should do now and how to report this result, since problems would arise. He asked to give him another chance, and he will do everything right. But the lady turned sternly to Count Becantor, and he bowed his head obediently. Huvi continued that the emperor would soon die, and there was very little time left. And when this happens, despite his lowly origins, Crown Prince Ben will inherit the throne. At that moment, the woman stepped on the Count's hand with her heel and added that they could not just sit idly by. And then she continued the conversation for Lydia Mertens, who had become close to the royal family, and everyone noticed that she had earned the attention and sympathy of Princess Liana, who supported the crown prince. And at the moment, Lydia is their target. The Count kept assenting to the lady and saying that he would do whatever she said. The lady replied that she would not forgive a second mistake, and she demanded complete dedication from the man, and he swore on his life. The woman then removed her foot from the Count's hand and threw him away, and she reminded him that it was he who came to her, begging her to allow him to serve and that he should not forget it. And she promised that when her son ascends the throne, the line of Count Becantor will prosper even more than it does now. At that moment, the woman's son, the second prince of Delphor, and a contender for the imperial throne, entered. Then the woman suddenly hit the guy and reminded him that it wasn't for her sake, and she said that she did not want to see such a guilty and pitiful expression on his face. The son bowed his head before his domineering mother and asked for forgiveness. His mother threw him aside and told him that he had a lot of things to do and that he should take care of them. The guy bowed his head, agreed with his cold mother, and left the room. The mother looked at her weak-willed son with a stern gaze, and then she turned to the Count with authority, saying that this was a war where they were risking their lives, and for now, this is his only and main task, and having completed it, he will be generously rewarded. Princess Liana was going about her usual business when a soldier entered her office and told her important news. He told how Count Becantor had come to the Astria company with a scandal and then met with Okanel's concubine. This news alarmed the princess. She suspected that these were not mere coincidences, but rather a conspiracy. The soldier turned to the princess and asked if he needed to report this to the crown prince. The woman replied that there was no need for that yet, and the soldier could go. But the princess asked that her husband Cabeza be informed about this. Lady Liana thought that Count Becantor would not act alone in such a situation. There was someone else behind him, and she gave the order to strengthen the security of the first prince, since recently he had become too active in military matters. The soldier replied that the prince was rather suspicious. Liana explained that it was necessary in any case. The soldier did not dare disobey the order, and said that he would do everything. Although Ludia herself may not realize it, the game has already begun, and there is no way out. The day of the ceremony at the Imperial University arrived, and everyone was preparing for this important event. Ludia was also invited, and so she was actively preparing in the morning, choosing an outfit for the event. The girl asked the servant for advice, and she thoughtfully replied that she did not consider this outfit suitable for the ceremony. The girl is completely confused. There are so many dresses, but she can't choose anything. Then the woman added a couple of jewelry and accessories, and the outfit took on a completely different look. The maid replied that she thought the outfit should not be too fancy, but not too modest either. Then she held the dress up to the girl and noted that the color of the fabric matched the color of her eyes perfectly. And without thinking, she grabbed the dress that the maid offered and ran to get dressed. Ludia entered the university hall, where the awards ceremony was already taking place, and felt a sense of excitement. The girl thought with relief that she was not late, and quietly rejoiced, catching her breath. She looked around and noticed that famous and influential people had gathered around, which made her a little nervous. The heroine thought that it was unlikely that everyone had come for the scientific reports, and felt a slight irony. Ludia was suddenly called by name, and she turned around in surprise, not understanding who was calling her. The rector calmly said that she had arrived just in time, and her kindness calmed Ludia down a little. The woman smiled softly, watching her carefully, as if assessing her. Ludia asked sheepishly if her outfit was appropriate for such an event, feeling uneasy about her choice. Because the girl is beautiful, and Teferi pays special attention to people's appearance. She then told the guest to follow her, and together they headed to the table. The rector led Ludia to a table and offered her a seat, showing politeness and concern. The woman smiled softly and told them to make themselves comfortable, trying to create a pleasant atmosphere. She poured the girl some wine and explained that she needed to take part in the ceremony and therefore would not be able to stay nearby. The rector added that she would still return periodically, so as not to leave her completely alone. Ludia calmly agreed and thanked him, feeling a little awkward. The woman said goodbye and left, wishing her good luck, leaving her at the table. The girl was left alone and looked around with slight uncertainty. She noticed that no one was paying attention to her and felt a little uncomfortable. The heroine thought that she would like to make new acquaintances, but so far this has not worked out. At that moment, a stranger approached her and called her by name. The woman said her name was Sagaret, and she was a representative of the Sagaret trading house. Ludia suddenly remembered this woman and tensed up, recognizing her. The girl realized that she had participated in an auction for a nude portrait of Crown Prince Ben. The women greeted each other politely and began a pleasant conversation, Sagaret suggesting that they address her more simply. She admitted with a smile that she was still impressed by Ludia's actions at the auction. The woman noted that she had paid a huge amount for the portrait, clearly hinting at her interest. Ludia smiled awkwardly and admitted that she might have gone a little overboard with this purchase. Sagaret asked curiously how she liked the painting itself, watching her reaction carefully. At that moment, the girl understood the true reason for this conversation and became internally wary. She guessed that her interlocutor had approached her precisely because of the portrait, since she wanted to get it herself. Ludia calmly replied that she had not seen the painting, hiding the truth and maintaining composure. Sagaret asked with a narrowed eye whether Ludia really hadn't seen the painting, continuing to press with curiosity. The girl calmly replied that she hadn't seen it, trying to remain calm and not give herself away. The woman remarked with a slight smile that it was a pity about the amount spent, as if testing her reaction. Ludia felt a sense of relief, deciding that she wasn't fixated on the portrait like Elian. She added out loud that the imperial family offered to return the money, but she refused. Cigarette asked in surprise, not hiding her interest, if this was true. The woman, Ludia, was slightly surprised by these words and did not immediately understand what exactly she meant. The interviewee explained that it was not the painting that was important, but the opportunity to establish a relationship with the imperial family. The girl thought to herself that she had actually just paid for the portrait that Ben had painted of her. The woman was very impressed with the girl and decided to give her full name. She said that her full name was Sagaret Harnan, but only a select few knew that. And shaking the girl's hand, Sagaret said that Ludia was now part of this circle of the chosen ones. The woman smiled and remarked that she was eagerly awaiting her next steps. Clearly impressed by Ludia, she offered her help in the future, making it clear that she would now be on her side. Ludia agreed shyly, not knowing how to react properly. She thought to herself how much Sagaret had already managed to imagine for herself. So Ludia simply played along, accepting everything as it was. The host finally announced the beginning of the ceremony, and a solemn atmosphere immediately reigned in the hall. Ludia watched the proceedings attentively and quietly applauded along with the others. Rector Rosalina came onto the stage and began her speech to the guests. After this, Rosalina approached Ludia and asked with a smile how everything went and how she looked. Ludia responded with a compliment, noting that the rector looked impressive and completely different. Rosalind joked and said she hoped it was in a good way. And at that point, the women's conversation was interrupted. One of the ceremony organizers approached the woman and quietly said something in her ear. The man told the rector that something important had happened. Rector Rosalina, trying to hide her excitement, made it clear to Liuda that she needed to leave immediately. Ludia accepted this calmly and allowed them to leave. She watched the rector and the man leave, noticing how quickly and tensely they walked away. This seemed strange and alarming to her, and she felt an inner uneasiness. Ludia thought that something serious must have happened. Those around him also began to exchange glances, clearly surprised by what was happening. One of the women was surprised that Ludia was able to tame Rector Rosalind, who was compared to a wyvern. Ludia tried to imagine a side of Rosalina where she was angry and furious. The girl couldn't get her head around it, as she knew the woman from a completely different side. She then turned to Lady Sugar and admitted that she had not been aware that the rector had such a reputation. People at the table began to say that because of her bad character, they call her a wyvern, and one of the men present added that she is very cold in her communication with people, and some call her a witch. And Lady Sugarette said, "That's why it's so strange to see Principal Rosalind so friendly with Ludia." But the woman was initially kind to Ludia. Therefore, she listened to unpleasant conversations with great caution, feeling that they were trying to denigrate the rector. Not wanting to take part in this conversation any longer, the girl said that she only believed her eyes and ears, and he doesn't pay attention to rumors, since rumors tend to exaggerate. And so the girl no longer wanted to hear any negativity about Rosalind. Addressing Sagaret, the girl added that when running a company, you need to distinguish truth from fiction. Lady Sagaret had no choice but to agree with Ludia, since it was impossible to object to such a thing. The woman's expression immediately changed, and her recent goodwill and interest in the girl disappeared. All the guests at the table began to chat pleasantly with each other, as if not noticing the girl. Ludia felt the tension in the air and felt out of place. A short time later, a young man approached the table. Ludia was surprised when the man approached her and greeted her, calling her by name. He introduced himself as Jurad Boldras, the second son of a Marquis family. The girl asked the man in surprise how he knew her. He explained that recently there had been a lot of talk about the trading company Astria and its representative. The guy also added that his family played the role of matchmaker for the Mertens family. The girl was shocked by the statement, and she could not hide her emotions. The guy, seeing the tension, apologized, saying that perhaps it was too loud and unexpected a statement. The girl listened attentively to the young man, and he seemed like a pleasant person to her, but for some reason, all this made her nervous. But she was in no hurry to turn him down, since perhaps he knew someone with a geological education and could be useful. The man's empty talk tired the heroine, and she was already thinking of asking someone else about geology. But looking around, she realized that she didn't have much of a choice. Ludia was already barely coping with the tense situation and wondering where Rosalind was. Urad noticed that the girl was behaving strangely and asked what was bothering her. The heroine was torn between thoughts of whether to say it or not, and decided to admit that she was looking for a geology specialist. She really needs him to solve one important problem, and she can't find such a person anywhere. The guy really wanted to help the beautiful girl, and he said that he knew one such person. The girl was beside herself with joy and surprise. She had almost lost hope of meeting such a specialist here. The guy said with an encouraging and important air that his former mentor, Professor Rodelia, was a geologist, and if the girl doesn't mind, then he can introduce them. Ludia exclaimed with joy that she could not hide. She was ready to do it right now. She jumped up from the table and demanded to know where Professor Rodelia was. The guy also jumped to his feet and was confused by the situation, and explained to the girl that she should follow him. The heroine, full of joy and determination, walked with the thought of how easy it really was to find a geologist. Ludia, together with her new acquaintance, headed to the right table so that he could introduce her to the geology specialist. Urad stopped the girl and asked her to wait a little. Then, he approached a woman at the table and began to explain something. After listening to him, the woman stood up with interest, clearly intrigued by what she heard. She stood up and introduced herself as Rodelia Janira, a geologist. Ludia also introduced herself in response, stating her origin and status, and joined them at the table. Rodelia noted with interest that she had already heard about Ludia and her business successes, and asked why she needed a geologist. Ludia explained that their trading company was in danger due to unstable ground in the mine. She added that she wants to re-examine the area to get to the bottom of the situation. Professor Rodelia began to reflect that no problems had been found during the first study 2 years ago. When asked whether the Astria company uses explosives, the girl answered negatively. Then the situation with the soil seemed even stranger to the professor, and she tried to find an answer. When asked who conducted the study, the professor was even more surprised by the girl's answer. When Ludia began to tell that, according to the rector, this man was Jacques Setorin, Rodelia was stunned, and she replied that she knew him, and even very well, and began to tell the girl about him. Jacques Setorin devoted 50 years of his life to geology and archaeology. His knowledge and skills are undeniable, as he always approaches the task very responsibly and meticulously. This means that his conclusions are true, especially since he, as the Lord of Spirits, senses the energy of the earth. Hearing this, the girl was shocked and appalled. Rodelia explained to the girl that there are many spirit masters among the scientists. For example, in geology, these are the rulers of the spirits of the earth. In climatology, wind spirits and so on, such people are often used in various studies. And Jacques Setorin is one of the 20 advanced spirit masters. Ludia had various thoughts going around in her head, and she tried to collect them, which meant that spirits existed. And that means Teferi knows Jacques Setorin, because she are both mages and spirit masters. But then the girl's thoughts darkened, because if he is a magician and a lord of spirits, then the research is true. And if this is true, then there is a high probability that their mine will be closed. Then Professor Rodelia said that she accepted their request for a new study, which made the girl very happy. Ludia is overjoyed and thanks the woman for such help. The professor says that she will discuss the details later. In 2 weeks, she will have free time. The ceremony continues after a strange pause. Rector Rosalina comes on stage and thanks everyone for waiting and announces her final presentation. The girl wondered if the rector had been absent for so long because she was preparing a presentation. Rosalind begins her speech, and all the guests listen to her attentively. She recalls that she has been involved with explosives for a long time and has created many bombs over the past 30 years. But no previous bomb can compare with her new invention. She adds that this bomb is designed to kill and is much more powerful than usual. Everyone in the room was shocked to hear that the new bomb was 5 times more powerful than the others. There was a commotion in the hall. People began to look at each other and loudly express their indignation. Some thought that bringing such a thing was too dangerous, but the rector just listened calmly. Suddenly, a sharp voice, tinged with irritation, was heard in the hall. It was Teferi, a powerful mage and the tower's mistress, who was unhappy that her work was being questioned. Her eyes flashed with anger at the doubts about her competence. She stepped forward, maintaining a cool confidence and restrained anger. She stated that she participated in this project together with the dean of the Imperial University, and she said that everyone should remember now who exactly mocked the project. Because these people mocked the rector, the great mage Teferi and Roman, Marquise Bernhardt. Ludia was also surprised to hear the name of the Marquise. the commander of the Imperial Knights. She stood behind the podium and, using magic, lifted a round bomb into the air, guiding it with concentration with her hand. The magician threw a bomb into the hall, and the people in front suddenly ran away screaming, overcome with fear. Lydia closed her eyes and covered her ears, expecting the noise of the explosion. But time passed, and the explosion did not happen, and the girl opened her eyes in surprise. Everyone looked around and saw that the bomb was lying calmly on the floor without damage, and everyone was alive and well. Teferi looked confident and calm, showing that everything was under control, and there was nothing to worry about. After a while, the three women were already sitting at the table, and the atmosphere became calm and businesslike. Lydia turned to Teferi and asked what she was doing there. Teferi replied that she simply came to the presentation and does not like negative reviews for her work. She crunched on the cookie calmly, not noticing anything around her. Noticing Lydia's astonished look, she asked again why she was staring at her. Taking the opportunity to touch the magician's soft cheeks, Lydia does so and says that she has a cookie crumb there. The sorceress, who does not like tenderness, explodes and demands in such a case that it be shown and not touched. The rector notes with surprise that this is a rather mild reaction for Teferi to such things. Deciding to test her fate, the rector reached out to Teferi's cheek and immediately received threats and scolding. Rosalind asked her guest if she had found a geology specialist in the room. Having received a negative answer, the woman apologized for not being able to distract herself and pay proper attention. Lydia hastened to reassure the woman and said that she had already been recommended someone, and she named Professor Redelia, who kindly agreed to help. Hearing her name, Teferi thought it was a strange coincidence. Here, Rector Rosalind understood what the tower's sweet-toothed mistress meant, and she explained that Professor Redelia and Zach Satorin are father and daughter. The girl was amazed by this coincidence of circumstances. Now she had even more questions. The ceremony was a success, and the next day, Lydia went about her normal work activities. She sorted through the documents and collected everything that might be needed for a repeat study. The girl thought doubtfully about her conversation with Rodolin and why she hadn't said that Zach Satorin was her father. Then she turned to her friend and asked if she had prepared the documents that Lydia had requested. The girl replied that she had done everything and handed the documents to her friend. Amidst all the hustle and bustle of work, Lydia notices that Elian looks strange, and looking at her, he tries to understand what could have happened to her. Maybe she got sick. What seemed even stranger was that the girl suddenly asked for a strange thing. Elian said she needed a vacation and asked to be freed for a few days. When asked why, the girl answered that her grandmother was sick. Lydia remembered that her friend and her grandmother really had a special relationship. Her grandmother adored her and spoiled her, and Lydia replied that of course the girl would be freed from work. Then she asked the girl if her grandmother was very ill. She replied that the woman had been feeling unwell for a long time, and now she was feeling worse. And it looks like she doesn't have much time left. Despite all the disagreements, Lydia felt sorry for the girl, and she suggested that the girl finish the paperwork, and then she would be free. Lydia herself would take care of the rest. Elian thanked her friend and felt awkward about leaving her at such a difficult moment, and apologized. Lydia believed that she had made the right decision, because she was not a heartless boss, and she hoped that the vacation would help the girl recover and return to work. At this time, the Crown Prince was busy with state affairs, and there was one person at his meeting who offered the prince a gift for some services, and he assured the prince that this was not an attempt to beg for something, but simply a gift from the heart. And he asked Ben to accept him. The Crown Prince, after thinking for a moment, said that he accepted the gift. The man was immensely happy and grateful. He was very pleased that his plan worked, and the prince accepted the gift. After waiting for the guest to leave, the Crown Prince was curious about the bribe he had been given. He looked at the gift with interest and wondered how much it might cost. A close associate of the prince suggested that the sum could be around 1,000 platinum coins. The prince smiled and replied that this was only a small part of the cost, and he asked the servant to hide this box. The guy sincerely asked why the prince was accepting these bribes, to which the Crown Prince replied that this was only so that he could know who was a sycophant and who was truly on his side. There was an unexpected knock at the door, but there were no appointments scheduled for that time. Lady Liana entered the office. The Crown Prince asked excitedly what his sister was doing there. She calmly replied that she was just passing by and decided to stop by to see her brother. The woman asked how preparations for the festival were going. The man replied that everything was under control and was proceeding as usual. The woman looked reproachfully at her brother and nodded her head. And then she asked when he had last seen Miss Ludia. Ben asked nervously, as if he hadn't heard, and his sister repeated the question again. Hearing in response that it was more than a week ago, Liana said that this was very bad, and she asked her brother to listen carefully. She said with concern in her voice that he might soon have problems. Stunned by this news, Ben asked her to explain what she meant. The woman explained that he could soon lose power if he did not marry, as his enemies were plotting. The young noblewoman Ludia is a wonderful match for a bride, since she is a representative of the trading company Astria, and she also has many connections and potential admirers. And someone might intercept such a daughter-in-law, so Ben should not hesitate. Then the princess yelled at her brother for being so slow-witted and having to explain everything to him. The crown prince felt like a guilty boy and began to refer to the fact that he had a lot of work. Lady Liana did not want to hear such excuses and said that she could always write a letter. And she asked if she helped him with work. Would he have time for a girl? Ben was delighted with this offer and accepted it. Lady Liana immediately gave instructions on what part of the work she could take on, and she ordered her assistant to sort through the important documents and arrange them according to the date of urgency. The happy crown prince grabbed his outerwear, thanked his sister, and quickly headed for the exit. Liana winked at him and wished him luck in his love affairs. Then she turned to the assistant, saying that there was a lot of work to do, so she needed to get started immediately. At this time, Ludia was sitting in her office, up to her ears in documents and cases, which had doubled in number due to Elian's absence. Suddenly, the girl was distracted by a knock on the door. She was a little confused, since she was not expecting anyone at that hour. A woman entered the room, smiling happily and turning to Ludia. The girl was surprised to see her mother, because she almost never leaves the mansion. The daughter went to make tea while her mother sat down on the chair. The woman said that she wanted to ask her about something. While pouring her mother's favorite tea, the girl asked what exactly the conversation would be about and why it was so urgent. She almost spilled her tea when she heard her mother asking if her daughter was dating anyone. The heroine became embarrassed and asked to clarify what her mother meant by this. To avoid embarrassing her daughter, the mother gently asked why not arrange a formal date. The girl was shocked. She didn't want it at all, since she was already dating Ben, but it was a secret for now. The mother, not knowing the whole situation, reassures her daughter, saying that there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Dating is a normal occurrence. She also added that their family has recently been receiving a lot of letters and gifts from other families. The girl remembered a recent acquaintance from the ceremony who spoke about the union with their family. Now the girl understood what kind of alliance they were talking about and why the guy was so kind. Then the mother reached into her bag, took out the candidates' questionnaires, and offered to choose a date for the meeting. And the first candidate she proposed was that same guy from the ceremony, Gerard Boldras. And everything became clear to Ludia. She stated with displeasure, and firmly, that she did not want any dates. The mother was not sincerely surprised by her daughter's behavior, and asked her to explain this behavior. Ludia found herself in an awkward situation because she couldn't reveal her connection with Ben. The mother continued pleadingly that Prince Urad was an excellent candidate, and that his mother also liked Ludia. Unable to bear the pressure, the girl shouts out that she can't date others because she already has someone. The woman was delighted with this news and did not bother her daughter anymore, deciding to go home. Ludia walked the happy mother home. The woman said goodbye to her and said that she would wait at home. Confused, Ludia also said goodbye to her and understood that she couldn't escape the conversation. But she can't say yet who her chosen one is, because she has already made an agreement with Ben. And she didn't understand what she should do when she wanted to hide her connection with the prince, and at the same time didn't want to deceive her parents. While the girl was seeing her mother off, thinking about the conversation, a second carriage drove up to the office. The heroine decided that the staff would deal with the guests themselves, and it was time for her to return to work. Then a familiar male voice called out to her. Of course, she recognized that voice immediately. The happy crown prince jumped out of the carriage, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and how much he missed them. When the girl asked what he was doing there, the crown prince replied that he had a free minute and wanted to see her. Seeing his beloved's confusion, Ben gently took her hand and said that they had not seen each other for more than 10 days. The heroine was embarrassed and replied with a smile that the man was right. She didn't even notice how time had flown by. Taking advantage of the guy's arrival, the girl even became happy and said that she had a favor to ask of him. Ben was surprised and asked what she meant, and she quietly whispered in his ear, in secret. The man laughed, and when Lydia asked if she could do this, he replied that of course she could, and he added that he would be happy to help. A few days later, a long-awaited guest was awaited at Lydia's mansion. While adjusting the guy's suit, Lydia grumbled at Ben to act naturally. He, adjusting his hair, said that he would do everything as it should be. The girl asked him to change his image and pretend to be her boyfriend, so that no one would find out that she was having an affair with the crown prince, and so that other suitors would not come. She didn't want to lie, but she had no choice. If the truth came out now, there would be a lot of problems. Suddenly, Ben remembered in time that they had not come up with a name for him and asked again how he should introduce himself. The girl immediately had the idea to ask what family the man's mother was from, and he replied that she was from the house of Saxon-Badil. Lydia heard it for the first time, and Ben added that they were provincial nobility. So few people had heard of them. They were already approaching the house, and the girl quickly came up with the idea of introducing herself to Ben as the fourth son. Ben asked the reason for this number, with a smile and confusion, and the girl explained that it was appropriate for his age. The man looked questioningly at the girl, and Lydia said to just trust her and not worry. Then the girl grabbed the guy by the hand and quickly dragged him into the house. A festive table was set in honor of such a guest, and everyone was looking forward to meeting him. The heroes sat at the table and had a pleasant conversation about general topics and family values. Finding an opportunity, Lydia quietly leaned towards her mother and asked how she liked her fiancé. She replied that of course she liked the guy. After all, he is a real handsome man, and they look great together. Lydia's mother began asking the boy about his family, and it turned out that she had also never heard of his family. Having learned that he was from the south, his mother happily declared that it would be possible to go there someday to visit his relatives. Lydia became worried and asked why her mother needed to go there. The woman was surprised by her daughter's reaction, why she suddenly didn't want their families to meet. After all, it's normal for the families of the newlyweds to get to know each other before the wedding. The lovers were very embarrassed by the mother's conversations. They became embarrassed, and Ben almost choked. In response to the man's apology, Lydia's mother said that there was no need to worry and everything was fine. When Ben wanted to address the woman, she immediately added that he could call her mom. Lydia looked at her admiring mother and realized that she wasn't the only one who liked Ben. People found it a little strange that the mother had accepted the boy from a simple family so well. Of course, Bae is very handsome, even in this form, but in noble marriages this is not enough. The girl thought that her mother would be against it and would prefer more noble suitors, for example, like Boldris. The man noted that the food in their house was excellent, and he liked everything. The mother was overjoyed. And boasting, she noted that she had prepared all the dishes herself today. Lydia couldn't hide her surprise at this information. She had never seen her mother in the kitchen. The woman replied that in honor of this event, she stood at the stove for the first time in 20 years. The guy became embarrassed and replied that he felt bad for making his family so tense. The woman smiled and said that everything was fine, because she had once been treated the same way, and she remembered how she first met her husband's family. Lydia's grandmother personally prepared food for her, and she served dishes that she had prepared from the products that they themselves had grown on their land. She remembered it so much and was still pleased with it to this day that she also decided to meet her daughter's beau. And with a sincere smile, she added that they would be happy to welcome him into the family. Ben thanked the woman for such warm hospitality and called her mom. When the women were alone, the daughter asked how she should introduce the guy to her father when he returned. The mother calmly replied that there was no need to worry about it, and that his father would approve of it just as she did. Because if Lydia chose this man, it means he is a worthy person. And my daughter was really touched when she said that she trusted not this guy, but her daughter. Lydia was overcome with sadness because she knew that she was not their biological daughter. When dinner was over, the woman kindly saw her guest off. Lydia got into the carriage with Ben and thanked him for his help. The guy replied that he was only glad to help, and then no less glad that the Baroness was kind to him. At that moment, when Ben took off the ring, he returned to his normal appearance again. The man added with a smile that he was happy to meet his future mother-in-law. Lydia looked at him with admiration and respect, and caught herself thinking that she couldn't believe she had such a boyfriend. After all, she didn't have a normal relationship before, but now she calmly talks about marriage. And for a moment, the heroine remembered that this was not her body and not her life, and she became upset. The man, seeing the girl's sad look, hastened to ask what was wrong, if something was wrong with his appearance. Lydia, of course, couldn't tell him the truth, and joked that she simply missed his recent image. The guy looked at her with embarrassment and asked if there was anything else she wanted to tell him. The heroine immediately remembered the problems with One Mind and research and told Ben about it. The man was sympathetic to the girl's feelings and said that he was always ready to help her. The girl thanked him and replied that there was no need to worry and that almost everything was ready. The heroine looked out the window and noticed that they were just approaching the company's branch. She playfully thanked Ben for everything and said that she had to go out soon. The crown prince smiled back at her, impressed by today's adventure at Lydia's house. The carriage stopped, and the coachman announced that they had already arrived at their destination. The man gallantly approached the girl from her side and offered to help her out. She coquettishly offered him her hand and said that he was the most gallant man. Ben didn't want to break away and let go of her hands, but there was no other choice. At parting, he said that the girl could turn to him for help with any issue. He added that Lydia could come to his office in the Imperial Palace at any time. The girl became embarrassed and laughed in response. Then he said that he also needed to go about his business. Ben didn't want to part with her, but he understood that state affairs couldn't wait long and left. A pile of documents and a ton of work awaited Lydia in the office, and her assistant, Elian, was not yet there. Suddenly, an unfamiliar man called out to the girl. She turned around and was confused. The stranger asked her to come with him. Lydia's face immediately changed, and she demanded to know why she had to go with him. He then handed over an envelope and said that someone wanted to see the girl. The girl was confused by the intrigue and took the envelope to read it. The heroine began to read, but did not immediately understand who they were talking about, and then she thought out loud, could this really be that August Linge? The stranger immediately forbade his name from being spoken, saying that it was unsafe to do so in public places. Augustus Ling was a man far removed from power and the royal court. But where money and fists decide everything, Augustus was at the very top of the hierarchy. But the strangest and most interesting thing is that he has never been seen, and no one knows what he looks like. Moreover, they don't even know what gender he is. But having created a group under his name, unknown people ruled the city and trade for more than 300 years. According to the novel, Lydia bribed Augustus when he founded the company. When asked why they wanted to see her, the man replied that he didn't know. He was only asked to bring the girl. The girl boldly replied that she does not go to places where her safety is not guaranteed and will not go anywhere, because she understood perfectly well that this was essentially a dangerous meeting with the head of the mafia. The stranger tried to say something, but Lydia snapped that it was not even known whether it was a real business card. The heroine asked me to tell her that she would think about it and respond later. Suddenly, the girl heard someone address her with the words that this was the person who wanted to see her. Lydia turned around and saw the girl, who repeated the phrase again. The heroine was stunned and did not understand who was standing in front of her. The girl laughed and said that she was August Linge. After a while, Lydia and the stranger were sitting at the table, and the heroine did not know what to expect. The girl was polite and offered to sit down and offered special tea. Lydia thanked him and agreed. The girl was tense and wondered if this child was really August Linge. This seemed very strange, since the girl looked about 15 years old. Lydia was wary. She didn't know these people and was even worried that the tea might be poisoned. But she didn't want to show obvious distrust, so she took a small sip from the cup. The stranger said that the tea was from the East and asked how the heroine liked it. It tasted like fried rice. But Lydia lied and said it was delicious. Here, the girl introduced herself again and said that she was the owner of the Augusta Company. When Lydia began to introduce herself in response, the stranger stopped her and said that she knew perfectly well who she was. She also added that she was aware that in just a few years, Lydia had raised the company and taken over central trade. The girl noted the heroine's foresight and good trading strategy, as if she knew everything in advance. Lydia modestly replied that she was simply lucky. August commented that if it was a matter of luck, then Miss Ludia had a gift from the gods. But this has nothing to do with their case. They are here on a different matter, and the head of the mafia said the name of the tower's mistress and told her to stay away from the mage Teferi. Ludia, confused, said that she did not understand what was being discussed and asked for an explanation. August calmly and coldly said that there was no need to explain. Ludia just needed to leave Teferi alone. The girl didn't like the tone or the conversation itself. She said why it was necessary to take her away for such things. And you could just send a letter. August, maintaining a friendly smile, replied that it was dangerous, since they were being closely watched. The heroine was uncomfortable with this conversation, and she asked if that was all, or if there was anything else to say. And if the conversation is over, then she will go, since work and things to do await her. And she still needs to discuss the details with Teferi. Hearing about Teferi, the girl turned to Ludia and asked what she had just said. And does this mean that Ludia does not intend to fulfill the request and will continue to communicate with the sorceress? The heroine hastened to correct the girl and said that this was not ignoring, but only that, before making a decision, the girl also needs to talk to Teferi and hear her opinion. The girl with a cold gaze addressed Ludia formally by her first and last name. Ludia immediately interrupted her, asking if the stranger was from the Aquilar clan. And she also added that a little girl cannot be the owner of an ancient group. August asked with displeasure whether it was Teferi who told the girl everything. Ludia confirmed. The heroine also added that she knows enough to understand that the stranger's current appearance is not real. The girl was shocked that she was caught off guard. The girl turned out to be not as simple as she thought. Ludia noticed the concern on the stranger's face and asked again that she was afraid that she was using Teferi. Augusta laughed without showing it and said that she did not see a threat in Ludia's face. The girl smiled and said that she could rest assured about that. She was not going to use anyone. August decided to confirm the guest's words and asked if this meant that Teferi was not interested in the girl. Ludia turned it all into a joke and replied that it was impossible not to be interested in a cutie like Teferi. August didn't expect such a reaction. Ludia convinced her that they were just acquaintances, and the magician was like a younger sister to her. The girl asked herself warily if they were really like sisters, and Ludia asked what the problem was. August replied that there was no problem. On the contrary, it was good. And since everything is this way, then their relationship with Ludia will also work out well. Just recently, August was in a very negative mood, but then suddenly she changed drastically, which alarmed Ludia. August decided to end it there, thanked her for the conversation, and asked her assistant to show the girl out. Ludia also thanked the hostess and headed towards the exit, and August was left alone with her thoughts and guesses. She thought that if the girls were really like sisters, then there was no danger, and she was worried for nothing. But only if it is really as the girl says. If they really were sisters, then there would be a serious problem. And it was also surprising for Augusta that Teferi appeared in the form of a child, and she thought that little Teferi belonged only to her. After all, only she knows Teferi's true appearance, which she will not show to anyone else. Therefore, for Teferi, there can only be one special person who has cared for her since childhood, and that is August. Soon, Ludia was already in the office, exhausted by the amount of work, and angry about when Elian would return. Then an assistant approached the girl and asked if she had thought about a regional bank. It was the secretary of the Astria company. The girl completely forgot about it and said that she didn't understand banks well, so she hadn't decided yet. Seeing how busy the girl was, the assistant thought it would be nice for her to rest. Ludia thanked him for his concern and said that until Elian returned, she would have no time to rest. And then rest will not solve all the accumulated problems and tasks. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and the secretary said that he would go and check who it was himself. Ludia was surprised who it could be, since she was not expecting anyone now. Returning a minute later, the man announced that she had a visitor, and a red-haired stranger entered the office and apologized for the sudden visit. Ludia was surprised by the unexpected guest. Graceful movements and good manners indicated that the guest was not from a simple family. She then introduced herself as Ardina of the Menelodial family, who turned out to be the real heroine of the novel. After Count Menelodiolo's second marriage, the girl was rejected by her family, but she remained resilient and moved forward. By chance, at a palace banquet, fate brought her together with the crown prince, and thus began their love story. Ludia recalled the novel. It was a classic Cinderella plot, but she was troubled by a growing anxiety. Ludia felt uneasy, trying to understand the reason for her appearance, whether she really had a rival. The stranger politely said that she understood that her sudden visit could be shocking. Then the girl showed the job posting from their company, confirming the seriousness of her intentions. She smiled sincerely and announced her desire to get a part-time job, radiating confidence and ease. Ludia asked in a reserved tone whether the guest had read the requirements. Maintaining a businesslike tone, she began listing the conditions, creating distance, and testing the seriousness of her interlocutor's intentions. And I asked if she had experience in business administration or the relevant education. The girl calmly replied that she had not received her education here, causing Ludia slight confusion. She clarified that such knowledge simply does not exist in the empire. Ludia wondered if the girl had studied abroad. Then there was no mention of that in the plot. But then she admitted that her own relationship with Ben had already disrupted the original course of history. Maintaining a businesslike demeanor, Ludia handed over the documents, offering to test the girl's abilities in practice. She briefly explained that this was data on production and sales, carefully observing her interlocutor's reaction. The girl confidently accepted the papers and agreed to try, creating a feeling of confidence. While she was studying the documents, Ludia thought that she herself would not have managed without Ludia's knowledge. She was interested in how long it would take the girl to complete the task, and whether she would complete it at all. Having completed her analysis, the girl calmly noted the profitability of the new mines, but pointed out some disturbing nuances. The girl noted that she was concerned about the large number of barter and credit transactions instead of cash. She added that this makes it difficult to maintain cash flow. She then confidently explained that the problem could be solved by collecting overdue accounts receivable. She suggested that as production grows in the future, the share of cash payments will increase. Impressed, Ludia suggested that she continue to write similar reports, maintaining a businesslike tone. The girl calmly agreed and said that it would not be difficult for her. Ludia thought that without real knowledge, such an analysis would be impossible, feeling an inner surprise. Despite this, she felt a hidden suspicion and tension about what was happening. The girl, noticing her doubts, asked hopefully if she was suitable for this job. Showing excitement, she sincerely admitted that she wanted to work here, striving to become independent from her family. The girl tried to persuade Ludia to hire her, assuring her that it would not harm the company. Ludia thought that Ardina really had difficult family circumstances. She felt a slight uneasiness and doubt, but could not find any obvious reason for refusal. With a soft smile, Ludia agreed and decided to hire the girl. Still hesitating internally, she asked whether she would be able to start work the next day, showing a businesslike attitude. The girl responded enthusiastically that she was ready to start right now. Without hiding her joy, she asked to be called simply Ardina, feeling inspired and grateful. Ludia warmly responded that she would be happy to start working with the talented girl. Left alone with her thoughts, Ludia was tormented by doubts about whether she had done the right thing. At this time, the mage Teferi was in her tower as usual. The sorceress Teferi was suddenly called by name, and she froze warily. She turned around and asked with cold wariness what the guest was doing here without warning. Crown Prince Ben stood before her, looking calm and confident. He said with a slight smile that he wanted to express his gratitude to her. Teferi was surprised and asked again what exactly he was grateful for. Ben reminded her that she had recently helped Ludia, and there was gratitude in his voice. Teferi was embarrassed and asked incredulously if they were really talking about her. Ben calmly explained that it was she who recommended the man who helped Ludia with the inspection of the mines. As a token of gratitude, he handed her an elegant box as a gift. Teferi opened it and looked in amazement at what lay inside. It was precious lapis lazuli. The lapis lazuli contained colossal magical energy and emitted a strong radiance. Teferi looked at the stone in surprise and thought that it was probably worth a fortune and became wary. She was overcome with doubt because she didn't think she had done anything to deserve such a gift. The prince smiled softly and calmly invited her to accept the gift without further hesitation. Teferi returned the stone to its place, as what was happening seemed strange and suspicious to her. When the prince jokingly reached out to take the stone back, she sharply slapped his hand, cursing him. He just grinned and asked with mild interest if she would accept this gift. Teferi looked closely and with a shrewd smile realized that such a gift was not given for free. She asked him directly what he needed, and I heard a calm answer that it was just one service. The crown prince answered her question seriously, asking her to protect Ludia. He acknowledged that the Aquilar clan was forbidden from interfering with human history, but he had no other choice. He added that the imperial consort had already begun to act, and his target was most likely Ludia, not him. Teferi frowned in surprise, trying to figure out what could be causing this. The crown prince calmly explained that, according to imperial law, a spouse was necessary for ascending the throne. He noted tensely that the easiest way for his enemies to stop him was to eliminate his fiancée. Teferi shrewdly guessed that this was about eliminating Ludia. Feeling the tension growing, she clarified whether this meant that she would have to be with her all the time. The crown prince calmly replied that he didn't care how the magician would do it. The main thing was the girl's safety. Teferi gently reminded him of her role in the tower, and he calmly confirmed that he knew it perfectly well. Teferi calmly agreed, accepting his request without unnecessary emotion. Ben was surprised and confused, wondering if she was really serious. Teferi sternly reminded him that she had already told him 1,000 times not to trust anyone. Ben calmly replied that of course he remembered that. Teferi irritably chided him for remembering, but still acting differently. Ben asked cautiously if even she couldn't be trusted. Teferi calmly confirmed that yes, she couldn't be trusted either. She added that he should doubt not only her, but even himself. Ben asked thoughtfully why she didn't tell him not to trust Ludia. He admitted that he had known Ludia for only a short time, but for some reason, Teferi did not tell him not to trust her. Suddenly, Teferi said the number 10, which confused the prince. Then, with a grin, she added that she would protect Ludia if the crown prince brought her 10 lapis lazuli. The man was surprised, to which the sorceress said that if he was not satisfied with the conditions, he could get lost. Ben, without even thinking, replied that of course he would get 10 lapis lazuli. He is ready to do everything for his beloved. And he added that if only she were safe, he was ready to bring 10 or even 100 lapis lazuli. Several days passed. Ardina was doing an internship at the Astria company, and Ludia was very pleased with her. She even considered firing the lazy alien and officially hiring Ardina. Here the girl turned to the boss and interrupted her thoughts. She reminded her boss that she had to go and check the mine today. Ludia suddenly realized that she had completely forgotten about this, and asked her assistant to keep an eye on the company. The assistant initially agreed, but suddenly hesitated and became thoughtful, prompting a question from Ludia. Ludia looked at her carefully, trying to understand what exactly had confused her. The girl unexpectedly grabbed her boss by the hands, which greatly surprised Ludia. Ardina persistently begged him to take her with him, not hiding her excitement. She explained that she was worried about Ludia, considering the trip to the mine too dangerous for such a fragile girl. Ludia thought, trying to understand why the girl was suddenly acting so strangely. A doubt flashed through her mind. Could she have somehow charmed even the main character? Meanwhile, the assistant continued to ask to be taken along, assuring him that she would be useful and would not interfere. Ludia, smiling slightly, thought to herself that this simply couldn't be. Could she really be that special? The girl excitedly said that her boss was a very important person for her. Ludia mused that such strong concern probably meant genuine devotion and respect. She also thought that perhaps the girl just wanted to become independent from her family as soon as possible. Ludia answered calmly, trying to calm her down and make her understand that everything would be fine. The boss started getting ready and said that she would soon be on her way. The assistant promised that everything would be fine in the office and there was nothing to worry about. Ludia got ready, left the office, and they calmly said goodbye. As she left, Ludia thoughtfully reflected on the strangeness of this world and the people around her. Already in the carriage, she noticed that they were going too slowly and began to worry. Ludia thought that she should meet at the Imperial University. She worried that she might not be able to pick up Rector Rosalind and Professor Rodella in time. The road was completely blocked, and Ludia felt very nervous and confused. She looked out of the carriage with excitement and asked the man standing next to her what was going on. The man calmly explained that the first prince would soon pass by. Ludia thought irritably that blocking the entire road because of the prince was an excessive measure. She stepped out of the carriage and, listening, heard talk of Prince Volantrain's procession. People were talking about him returning after suppressing the uprising and personally participating in it. Ludia was angry that because of one prince, the road used by all people was blocked. This could only have been by order of one person, the Empress herself. Ludia turned to the coachman and asked how soon they would reach the meeting place. The man replied that if the procession ended soon, the journey would take very little time. Ludia happily thought that if they accelerated, they would make it before nightfall, and the schedule would not be affected. Suddenly, a loud voice of a soldier was heard announcing the arrival of His Highness the Prince. The prince appeared on the road with his army and solemnly moved forward. Ludia thought with slight irritation and contempt that it all looked like a show. She reasoned that the prince was trying to strengthen his position in this way, but he would never surpass Ben. After all, this is exactly how events unfolded in the original story. Suddenly, she realized with alarm that because of her, the plot of the novel had long since changed. In the original, Ben and Prince Volantrain were simultaneously courting her current assistant, Ardina. In the end, Ardina chose Ben, and they began a romance. Volantrain, overcome with jealousy, threatened Ben during an official event. Ludia thought that since the plot had changed, Volantrain had no reason to conflict with Ben. At that moment, the girl caught the prince's piercing gaze, full of mystery. She froze in surprise and confusion, trying to figure out if he was really looking at her. The girl couldn't understand what the strange expression on his face meant. She admitted out loud that she didn't like him, and a man's voice came from behind her, saying that he understood her. The girl shuddered in fear, but turning around, she saw Ben with relief. He awkwardly apologized for the fright, and the girl made it clear that everything was fine. Ben calmly told her that she shouldn't worry about the prince, trying to reassure her. He calmly explained to the girl that the prince was a petty and weak man, incapable of harming him. Ludia thought that if she agreed to this, she would reveal her knowledge about the prince and thereby compromise herself. So she awkwardly changed the subject and asked shyly what brought Ben here. Ben regretted that he would not be able to accompany her in exploring the mine, so he came to meet her early. He explained that he could not leave his post with the crown prince for long and apologized sincerely. The girl smiled softly and replied that he had nothing to apologize for, because it was his job. She then added that she thought the prince seemed to enjoy such events, pomp and parades. Ben corrected her, noting that the Empress was more likely to like such things. He continued that he tried to dissuade her from having a big celebration this year. He explained that the budget was limited, but she still continued to significantly exceed it. The girl hugged him sympathetically and quietly said that she knew how difficult it was for him now. The man immediately pulled himself together and confidently replied that everything would be fine, because it was his job and he could handle it. Then he gently took her hand and carefully asked her to promise him one thing. He asked her not to visit dangerous places and not to be left alone. Ludia thought she understood about the dangerous places, but she was alarmed by the words about not being left alone. The man continued regretfully that he was very sorry that he could not go with her. He also added that he had appointed another person to be responsible for her protection and safety. The girl smiled softly, trying to calm him down, and told him that he shouldn't worry and everything would be fine. The man quietly admitted that he was afraid that his greed could deprive him of what was most precious to him. He looked down and admitted with a heavy feeling that he blamed himself terribly. The man suddenly knelt down in front of her, which greatly surprised and embarrassed the girl. He told with seriousness that his ancestor had won 33 battles and returned for his wife. He then kissed her hand gently, wishing that the blessing of his ancestors would accompany her. With a heavy heart, he asked that his foolish greed not become the cause of future regrets. He also wished for the goddess's blessing to protect his beloved on her journey. Soon the parade ended, and the road was finally opened for further traffic. Ludia had been eagerly awaiting this from the very beginning, but now she was saddened because they had to part. Ben reminded her once again that he had already assigned someone to protect her, and she would meet with him soon. And at parting, he asked that she return safe and sound. The lovers said goodbye and went their separate ways. And then, Ludia remembered that she had forgotten to say something. She forgot to thank her beloved for his care and attention. The girl had images flashing before her eyes of Ardina and Ben worrying about her. It's only a week-long trip, so it's really significant for them. The girls finally arrived at the place. The women apologized that due to being busy, they did not have time to prepare everything. Ludia asked not to apologize, as she herself had just arrived. Rector Rosalind apologized with slight awkwardness for not having had time to prepare everything for the girl's arrival. She admitted that when she gets carried away with one thing, she often forgets about other important things. Ludia supported her, saying that the ability to focus on one thing can be a big advantage. But the woman sighed sadly, saying that because of this, she still often misses important moments. Ludia asked attentively what exactly she meant, noticing her sadness. Rosalind replied thoughtfully that, for example, it could be about marriage. She admitted that lately, when she sees Teferi, she catches herself wanting to have a child. Ludia was genuinely surprised by such a confession, not expecting to hear something like that. At this moment, Teferi, who was standing behind, accidentally heard everything and became angry. Then she approached Ludia and suddenly asked her to give her hand. Her gaze was insistent and focused. Ludia was surprised, but without further ado, she extended her hand, feeling a slight tension. She continued to be perplexed, watching the sorceress's actions and trying to understand her intentions. Teferi carefully placed the bracelet on her wrist and asked expectantly if she liked it. Ludia sincerely admired the decoration, her eyes lighting up with unexpected joy. Teferi then sternly warned her to never take off that bracelet. The girl became wary and asked why, feeling a strange and alarming premonition. The sorceress suddenly announced with a frightening smile that there was a bomb inside the bracelet. Ludia froze in shock, not understanding whether she was joking or really telling the truth. The girl asked in horror why the sorceress had given her such a dangerous thing, her voice trembling with fear. Teferi calmly replied that there was no need to worry, and that the bracelet would not explode without a command. But this did not calm the girl down. The sorceress added that the bracelet contains many hidden functions, which the girl will only learn about over time. Teferi sadly noted that it would be better if this moment never came, but still asked to remember one important thing. She said some special words, and the girl, a little confused, repeated them after her. At that very moment, a soft, magical glow began to emanate from the bracelet, enveloping her hand and then the room. Teferi explained that this light had protective powers and could protect her in difficult times. The girl asked in bewilderment what kind of light it was, because she had never seen anything like it before. The sorceress explained that the stone was named after the goddess, patroness of her clan, and the source of this power. She explained that it is this stone that creates a protective shield and emits a saving light. Ludia looked at the bracelet without fear and asked in surprise how much power was still hidden in it. Teferi proudly stated that all of this was made possible by her extraordinary abilities. Then the magician asked the girl to cast the spell again to make the magic shield disappear. At that moment, women entered the room, who had been looking for Ludia and Teferi for a long time and could not find them. They asked with slight concern where they had suddenly disappeared and why they had vanished without a trace. Teferi calmly explained that they had been nearby the whole time. They had simply remained invisible. Rector Rosalind, with a gentle smile, indicated that it was time to pack up and hit the road. As everyone headed towards the carriage, Teferi followed them, and Ludia suddenly stopped. She asked in bewilderment why the magician was going with them, although this was not originally planned. The rector smiled sheepishly and explained that it had been decided to take Teferi along on this trip. Ludia thought that this could not be, and felt confusion. She remembered their last meeting with Ben, where he regretfully said that he would not be able to go with her. Then he mentioned that he had appointed a man to protect her, and that she would soon meet him. The woman was already riding in the carriage, and Ludia became bored, so she asked Teferi if she was sleeping. Without opening her eyes, the sorceress replied that she was not sleeping. Ludia breathed a sigh of relief and said that it was good to have someone to talk to on the road. Teferi replied without much interest that they had a long way to go, and it was best for them to gather their strength. Unable to hide her curiosity, Ludia immediately asked if it was Ben who had asked her to accompany them. Teferi opened one eye and asked with displeasure if the boy had really told her everything. Ludia smiled and explained that he had only mentioned the person appointed to protect her. The girl said that at first she was surprised that Teferi was going with them, but then she was genuinely happy. She added that now she won't have to listen to how dangerous the trip is and how much they worry about her. Teferi asked with mild interest if people always worried about her this much. Ludia smiled shyly and admitted that this is exactly what had been happening lately. She added seriously that she understood their concerns, but she had duties and responsibilities. The heroine explained that she had to sort out the situation in the mine, because people's lives depended on it. Teferi noted that Ludia seemed to be the type to only believe what she saw with her own eyes. The girl agreed with a slight smile, confirming that this was indeed the case. Teferi calmly said that this was reasonable, because it was important not only to trust, but also to verify. Teferi then remembered and asked if Ludia knew that she had once been Ben's teacher, intriguing the girl. The mage continued, recalling that when Ben was still a child, she instilled one important thing in him. She argued that nothing could be trusted unconditionally. The sorceress insisted that he should doubt everything that he himself had not seen, heard, or touched. She explained this by the fact that his position did not forgive blind faith and could lead to tragedy. Teferi continued her story, adding that she taught him to check everything and keep the situation under control. People asked whether the crown prince had followed this instruction. Teferi waved her hand dismissively and noted with a slight grin that, of course, no. She added calmly that, as she had already told Ben, caution was not a disadvantage. Teferi emphasized that people like her and Ben do not tolerate defeat, so they must be vigilant. At that moment, the girl's expression changed, and she tensely turned to the magician with a question. Ludia couldn't resist, grabbed Teferi by the cheeks, and noted that she was acting too wise today. Teferi flushed with anger and loudly demanded that they leave her alone immediately. The carriage shook on the road while the girls fooled around, and Teferi tried to fight off the intrusive attention. After 2 days of travel, the heroes stopped to rest, set up camp, and settled into tents to get some sleep. In the morning, Ludia woke up a little tired. Since the long journey was still exhausting, the rector approached the girl and greeted her kindly, asking how the girl slept. Rector Rosalind said that at Ludia's request, she had gathered all the participants and everyone was waiting for her. She added that she had already prepared the necessary data and documents, and all that remained was to discuss the details. Ludia entered the tent hesitantly, feeling a little nervous. The rector confidently noted that since everything was already in place, it was time to begin. The professor began by saying that the research showed that the ground was indeed a little unstable. Since there is a lake behind the mine, even a small crack can lead to flooding of the mine. Ludia excitedly assured that all security measures had been taken in accordance with all the documents. But Professor Rodelia responded seriously that perhaps these measures were not enough. The professor thoughtfully noted that to understand the basis for the conclusion, they would have to personally descend into the mine. Ludia immediately agreed without any hesitation. Rector Rosalind enthusiastically supported the idea and agreed with the decision. The girl wanted to add, but Teferi interrupted and asked anxiously if they were going to go into the mine alone. Ludia firmly stated that they had no other choice, and they had to do it. The sorceress asked anxiously if she thought about how many people were worried about her. The heroine became embarrassed, looked away, and plunged into thought. Teferi stated firmly that if the girl went, she would go with her. The girl asked in confusion if Teferi was really going to go with them, despite the danger. Teferi merely smirked and made it clear that she had no concept of danger. The sorceress confidently declared that on this land, the only thing that could threaten her were dragons. The women began to descend into the shaft, heading deeper into the dark passage. It was considerably darker inside than expected, and Ludia quietly noted this with alarm. The professor calmly replied that she would fix everything now. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers, concentrating on the spell. A soft light instantly flashed around, dispelling the darkness in the mine. The professor confidently said that they could now continue on their way without any problems. Teferi turned to the professor and thoughtfully asked why Jacques Cetorin considered the mine dangerous. The professor admitted that based on the available data, she does not yet see any reason for concern. The sorceress concluded mockingly that he probably lied because of his greed. Professor Rodelia calmly admitted that it was quite possible, noting that he was a very greedy man. Teferi reminded Rodelia of the lake above and asked for its exact location. The professor immediately interrupted and declared that she would take care of this area herself without delay. She instructed the girls to inspect another area, maintaining a businesslike tone. Rodolin asked to carefully identify possible problem areas in this area. By sunset, the women returned from the mine, feeling tired after the work they had done. Outside, they were met by Rector Roslin, who warmly and joyfully welcomed them back and praised them. Ludia noted with respect that the professor had done a good job. She added that she and Teferi were simply helping to inspect the mine without any unnecessary worries. The rector turned to the women and calmly asked if they could already go back. The professor responded with restraint that she needed to work on systematizing the research results. She looked worried and thoughtful and left quickly, avoiding further conversation. The remaining women looked at each other. Confused by Rodelia's strange behavior, Ludia decided to talk to the professor personally. Feeling inner unrest, she entered the tent, and the professor was noticeably surprised by her appearance. The heroine admitted that she was concerned about the professor's condition and her reaction, anticipating possible problems with the results. The professor calmly explained that the results, on the contrary, significantly exceeded expectations. She confidently added that the possibility of a ground collapse is practically excluded. According to her assessment, the facility fully met all necessary requirements. However, Ludia did not understand the reason for the professor's alarming behavior at that time. Remaining perplexed, the woman then explained that Jacques Satoran's verdict on the mine's instability was haunting her. The professor emphasized that he was an incredibly intelligent and talented person and a professional in his field. The woman admitted that ordinary people, including herself, could not even come close to his level of skill. Rodeline concluded that such a conclusion on his part could not have been made without serious grounds. She suggested that he had noticed a threat that had eluded others, and ignoring it could lead to deaths. The professor looked tense and deeply worried. Unable to find inner peace, she firmly stated that she could not simply turn a blind eye to this. People felt that for the woman, this study meant something more than just a test. No one knows what feelings she experiences: reverence for her father and his memory, anxiety about the lie, or longing for her father. In any case, Ludia decided that she should not interfere in personal matters. The girl approached the professor and confidently stated that she believed in her abilities and talent. She added that she trusted the woman's conclusion more than an unofficial report written by an unknown person. With a slight smile, she expressed confidence that the professor would successfully complete the rest of the investigation. Her behavior showed a genuine desire to support and encourage the woman. Rodelia looked up at Ludia and quietly addressed her, preparing to answer. Ludia's words visibly inspired her, and she gratefully accepted this support. She promised to act with the utmost care and ensure that no problems arose. Ludia, delighted by such a reaction, thanked her and decided not to stay any longer. But as she left Rodelia's tent, she suddenly became thoughtful and felt a slight sadness. At that moment, she remembered her missing family, causing a quiet pain in her heart. Ludia thought thoughtfully about how, in a sense, her family had also disappeared overnight. At the same time, she realized that over time, she had a new family that gave her support and warmth. However, in recent times, she hardly remembered her real family, and this caused inner turmoil. A week of intense work has already passed since the start of the study. The investigation at the mine was complete, and Ludia was focused on completing the paperwork. She carefully sorted through the papers, sorting out which ones needed to be sent to different departments. At that moment, a joyful Teferi entered the tent and eagerly asked if she was ready to return home. Ludia was genuinely happy to see her friend, feeling relief and warmth. However, at the mention of leaving, Teferi became sad, and Ludia looked at her carefully, trying to understand the reason. Teferi didn't want to delve into the conversation and gently changed the subject to business, hiding her feelings. The girl said with surprise that such a simple job at first glance required a huge amount of time and people. The magician laughed quietly and noted with seriousness that the most ordinary things in life often turn out to be the most difficult. An excited Rosalind, who had been looking for the girls everywhere, hurried into the tent. The girls looked at each other in surprise and looked at her, trying to understand the reason for her condition. The rector hurried closer, wanting to quickly tell them the news and show them something important. Ludia took the documents in her hands and carefully looked at the text, but felt confused, not understanding the content. Then, the rector calmly explained that this was a new type of bomb for mines, developed by her personally. She explained that the bomb was designed to reduce its destructive force and prevent the mine from collapsing. At the same time, she emphasized that the device's efficiency remained high, despite the changes. Ludia continued reading the documents, gradually comprehending the invention and experiencing deep surprise. Finding something odd in the document, she asked the professor to explain how long ago it had been invented. Rosalind was caught off guard and became flustered. Pretending not to understand anything, the girl then showed the document that it was 5 years old and demanded an explanation. Finding herself exposed and in an awkward situation, the rector admitted that the girl had caught her. She explained that she had presented this invention to the scientific community a long time ago, but they had ignored it. So, taking advantage of the opportunity, she decided to present her invention again in the hope of receiving funding from the company. Continuing to study the material, Ludia said that one should not thoughtlessly invest in such dangerous things. The woman hastened to add that she would improve this bomb, especially for the company, Astria, and make it even safer. She then proudly declared that brilliant inventors like her are born once every 100 years, and she assured that with the help of these bombs, she would increase efficiency and increase the volume of work with the least cost to the company. It will also conclude a supply contract with favorable terms and conditions, exclusively for Austria over a 10-year period. The girl, as a strategist, immediately began to calculate the benefits and profits, and this proposal interested her. Rector Rosalia painted everything in the most favorable light and said that the girl only needed to sign. Ludia listened attentively, as if spellbound, and prepared to sign everything the rector said. However, after signing the contract, she suddenly stopped and her mind cleared. She thought out loud with tension, wondering if they needed to discuss the details in more detail. The rector, with a sweet smile, assured that they could discuss the details later. But the girl wanted it now. Then the woman immediately hurried to say goodbye and leave. After watching Rosalind leave, Ludia sat in shock, not understanding how she had signed everything so blindly. Teferi, sitting nearby, quietly said that the woman had deceived the heroine. Ludia really hoped that everything would be exactly as Rosalind had described, and that no problems would arise. Rosalind's invention later became widely developed and brought in significant profits. However, these events took place in the future and belonged to a completely different story. After completing their research work, the women returned safely from the mine, feeling relieved and tired. Imperial University quickly produced a report confirming the mine's high stability. In the same report, the university raised suspicions that Jacques Setorin had attempted to appropriate the mine. A demand was also made for Count Becantor to provide an explanation within the framework of the investigation that had been launched. Teferi suggested that he might have to pay compensation to Astria. Ludia looked at her carefully and calmly asked about the amount of the proposed compensation. Teferi thought for a moment and then noted that the amount would be quite significant. The girl was very happy, realizing that these funds would help cover recent research expenses. The girl thought that she had not counted on monetary compensation, and the thought of punishing the count pleased her. She reasoned that since the laws spared noble aristocrats, it was worth achieving the maximum possible monetary compensation. The girls arrived at their destination and said a sweet goodbye before parting. Ludia went straight to work because she had a lot of paperwork to prepare. On the way, she reflected that the amount of work would probably turn out to be much greater than she thought. She thought with a little trepidation that it must have been difficult for Ardina, the assistant, to cope alone. Entering the office, Ludia saw her assistant, who greeted her with noticeable joy. The heroine was confused, noticing the unusual cleanliness, and thought about the reasons for what was happening. She thought with bewilderment that the office was usually a mess of papers, and she was surprised by the absence of papers, assuming that the assistant could have gotten rid of all the documents. The girl hurried up to her boss and handed her the document. She calmly explained that she had systematized the work to make it easier to navigate. She also asked her boss to take a look and check if everything was done correctly and conveniently. Ludia froze at a loss for words, as she was genuinely amazed by what she saw. The heroine hastened to find out where the girl had learned such a level of organization. Ardina smiled shyly and admitted that she learned everything thanks to Ludia. In the original story, Ben fell in love with Ardina. He fell in love with her for her beautiful appearance, kind heart, and gentle nature. Ludia caught herself thinking that she herself could fall in love with her. At this moment, the girl interrupted her thoughts, informing her about a visitor who had arrived. Ludia was surprised and asked again which visitor exactly they were talking about. The girl began to describe in detail what this man looked like. The boss cautiously asked if it was a man with long blonde hair. A familiar image immediately appeared in her mind, and she wondered if it was really him. Ludia asked cautiously that this man must be incredibly handsome. Ardina confirmed her superior's words and asked how Ludia could have known this. The heroine quietly thought that Ben probably missed her, but she couldn't return earlier. Suddenly, the assistant gently asked what kind of relationship Ludia had with this man. The boss was taken aback by this question, and for a moment couldn't find what to answer. Then, Ardina sheepishly admitted that she had never met such a handsome man in her entire life. Ludia stopped herself abruptly and tried to remember how exactly their first meeting took place in the original story. She recalled that they seemed to be instinctively drawn to each other immediately after they met. A disturbing thought entered her mind, that they might already feel a mutual attraction. People were tormented by these thoughts, feeling inner tension and not knowing what to say. She couldn't find the right words and thought that maybe she was worrying too much about this situation. At that moment, Ardina turned to her boss, deciding to ask her one question. Ludia looked at her questioningly and made it clear that she was listening attentively. But suddenly, she decided that it would be better to first find out what exactly they were talking about. Ludia addressed the girl by name and said that she wanted to ask her something first. And hiding her tension, she asked if she had already spoken to this man. Ardina replied that upon hearing of Ludia's absence, the man immediately left. She asked excitedly if she needed to convey anything to this visitor. Ludia sighed with relief, realizing that there had been no conversation or contact between them. She calmly replied to the girl that nothing was required and that she had done everything correctly. The heroine mentally reassured herself, considering such a reaction to Ben's beauty to be completely natural. Suddenly, she was overcome by an uneasy feeling, as if she had forgotten something important. She remembered Elian and realized that she still hadn't returned and hadn't reported anything. The assistant didn't understand at first and asked which Elian was being talked about. Then she remembered that this was Ludia's partner, whom she had already heard about earlier. People felt irritated with Elian because she only let her go for a few days. Ludia decided that since Elian wasn't showing up, she needed to go see her herself, and she warned her assistant about it. The assistant replied with a smile that she would take care of everything, and the girl could go on her way. Ludia headed to Elian County without delay. At the entrance, she was immediately met by a man who looked friendly and glad to see her. Ludia politely apologized for appearing so suddenly at such a late hour. She cautiously asked the man what had happened to Elian and why she wasn't going to work. The butler hesitated, became slightly embarrassed, and replied that it would be better for her to talk to her friend herself. He led Ludia to Elian's room and informed her that she was inside. The heroine quietly knocked on the door and called Elian, but she did not answer. The man added that she could come in and thought that there wouldn't be any problems when she saw Ludia. The girl listened to the butler and carefully opened the door, deciding to go inside. She entered the room, and it was dark, and there was an uneasy silence. A girl was sitting on the bed, acting strangely and coldly asking who it was, reminding him that she had asked not to let anyone in. Ludia looked at her friend in confusion, not understanding the reason for her sudden change. The heroine quietly turned to her and said that it was she, Ludia. Elian looked up, but didn't recognize her, and asked in bewilderment, "Which Ludia?" The heroine approached cautiously and asked with excitement what had happened and how it had come to this. It hurt her to see her friend in such a state. She came closer and asked what had happened to her and if she was sick, but there was silence in response. Then Ludia desperately asked her to say at least something, and in response, I heard a quiet muttering, the girl repeating what she should do now. She also spoke about someone's disappearance. Then she began to scream louder and repeat the words that she had disappeared. Ludia asked in horror who they were talking about. Elian burst into tears, meaning her beloved grandmother. Her grandmother was Countess Lordaman Acilio Peliotin. The girl's parents were very busy people, and the girl was raised by her grandmother. Elian has mentioned more than once that she loves her grandmother more than her parents. The grandmother took care of her and taught her culture and manners, and also instilled aesthetic taste in her granddaughter. Ludia knew about their close connection, but she could not have imagined that her friend would experience the loss so hard. This is the first time she sees Elian in this state. In the original story, she was just a primitive villain and a fool who bothered the crown prince. But now the heroine understands that Elian has been kind to her in many ways lately. Could it be that Ludia was wrong about her, and she is not as simple and not as evil as she seems. These thoughts did not give the girl any peace, because she thought that the girl did not go to work because she was hanging out somewhere. She felt awkward for a moment because of this, and guiltily handed her friend a handkerchief. She took it and thanked him. Ludia sat down next to her and asked if she felt a little better. Her friend answered that yes. Then the heroine asked the girl to tell in more detail about her grandmother's death. Elian replied that she had not been feeling well for a long time. She began to lose her memory and sometimes did not recognize her own granddaughter. She also suddenly started getting up at night and walking. Ludia immediately noted to herself that this was very similar to sleepwalking and dementia, and she asked to clarify whether the grandmother had died in the middle of the night. The girl replied that things didn't quite happen that way. The grandmother left home and did not return, and the parents went looking for her. All searches were in vain, and 10 days have passed since she went missing, but she has still not been found. She listened attentively to her friend and thought that the elderly woman would hardly have gone far, and that they still couldn't find her. And then she gently asked Elian if she knew whether her grandmother had been involved in anything bad. The girl replied, confused, that she didn't know such details, but everyone loved her grandmother and cared for her. Then Ludia decided to voice the possibility that her grandmother might have secretly moved to another estate. Elian replied that her parents had thought about another estate and had tried to get permission to look in the houses of other lords, but none of the lords agreed. Developing this thought, the girl suddenly clutched her heart, assuming that something bad had happened to her grandmother, and she began to list possible tragedies and horrors and fell into even greater despair. Ludia asked her to pull herself together and not to despair ahead of time, but Ludia thought that given the girl's relationship, she still needed to be careful and not interfere in this situation. But on the other hand, she felt sorry for her friend on a purely human level, and it's difficult to simply watch someone else suffer from the outside. And suddenly, sighing with pity, the girl replied that she would help her friend. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked again if it was true or if she imagined it. Ludia said that of course it was true. First, she would go home and think about everything there, and advised her friend to come to her senses. Gather your strength, eat and tidy yourself up, because when Grandma shows up, she doesn't want to upset her with such a look. Elian listened to her friend without question and said that she would do everything. Ludia smiled and encouraged her friend, saying that everything would be fine. She also added that she had had a difficult day herself, so they both needed rest and peace now. Elian listened to her friend with gratitude, and she truly began to feel hopeful. Ludia said goodbye once again and promised to return tomorrow with a fresh head and thoughts. Suddenly, Elian quietly admitted that she was feeling worse here alone, and she expressed a desire to return to work starting tomorrow. Ludia thought it was a good idea and supported her friend. Upon returning to work, Ludia immediately began searching for Elian's grandmother, and she asked Ardina to distribute all the personal questionnaires by region, age, and religion. She also asked the assistant to separate the documents of criminals who committed crimes against the elderly. She also had another important assignment for her assistant. He listened attentively to his boss. Ludia asked to contact all the traders in one area, as they might have seen or known something. The woman also added that the man should collect all the data of other traders in nearby regions. Even though all this seemed strange and new to him, he replied that he would do everything. The boss also asked if they had contacted the Informants Guild, and the assistant responded approvingly. The girl was pleased with this answer, and said that she would then send a request for cooperation to the imperial court. Ludia demanded that her staff step up and act quickly, as every hour counted. 10 days have passed since the countess's disappearance, and they cannot delay, otherwise it may be too late. Suddenly, an assistant approached Ludia and cautiously addressed her boss. She was excited because she wanted to say something. Ardina turned to Ludia and asked what they should do if the countess was found in poor condition. There was tension and silence between the girls. The boss sternly asked her if she had to answer such questions. The assistant explained that this was important because they had to be prepared for any outcome. Ludia replied sadly that they could only hope that this would not happen. It was the dead of night, and all the prisoners in the prison were in their cells. But some prisoners could not sleep. One of them kept muttering to himself like a madman that it wasn't him. Here a strange prisoner called out to him. The elderly man looked at the young prisoner attentively and intently. He asked if he was by any chance the son of Count Brinsis, Demior Brinsis. The young prisoner tensed up and feared that his identity had been revealed. The man also asked if he knew his name. The prisoner replied that he knew. He was Boldard, the right hand of the Duke of Castrumbel. The man was glad that the prisoner was sane and clear-headed. Then he called the guard. He asked to open the door to the cell and told the prisoner that he had an important conversation. Boldart offered the boy that he could restore his name and position. He also has the power to make him forget Count Brinces's family. To which the guy brazenly replied that he didn't need it. There is only one thing that interests him, and a man can help him. The intrigued aristocrat approached to better hear what was being said, and he asked to voice his request. At this time, an unexpected visitor appeared in Teferi's magical tower. The sorceress boldly addressed the uninvited guest and asked what else had brought her to her. And doesn't it seem to her that their relationship ended 50 years ago? The guest only smirked at these words and said that Teferi was still just as cold. And also, seeing the magician's new appearance, she added that she seemed to understand why the girl considered her a younger sister. And laughing, she said that she would never have thought that a magician of such a level would wear children's dresses. Listening attentively to the guest, Teferi wondered with whom the girl had spoken about her. She was interested in the question of whether she had already seen Ludia and whether it was about her now. The guest continued, as if jokingly, that she had spoken with a representative of Austria who had not yet paid her tax. Teferi didn't believe Augusta's words and asked to stop this empty talk about taxes. After all, the real reason Augusta dated the girl was because Teferi and Ludia had become close. And with a lesson, she reminded the guest that 50 years ago, she was the same and had not changed at all. The magician reproached Augusta for suddenly deciding to appear now after such silence. The guest said that the magician was mistaken. She had not been silent all this time, but had been inactive, and now she considered it necessary to make a move. Teferi looked at her in amazement. Augusta smirked and told him not to look at her like that. It was just a gentle warning from her. Teferi replied that she needed to be careful and know who she was warning. After all, her Akalar clan is aware of all the dark deeds she does in the shadows, and Augusta should not cross the line. The guest reproachfully noted that it was obvious that the magician valued the girl. Teferi warned Augusta to be careful, as Ludia enjoyed special favor with the imperial family, and one careless step in her direction could turn out to be costly. Augusta ironically thanked the magician for being so worried about her and warning her about the danger. Here, Teferi sternly reminded the guest that she had forgotten the strict rules that they were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of people. This also includes wars and murders. Augusta looked at him indifferently and asked if the great magician was worried that she would kill this girl, and she began to reproach Teferi for becoming too attached to the girl. Here, Teferi ordered her to be silent, and she demanded that they not forget their place and obey her orders unconditionally. And even though Augusta was her wet nurse and raised Teferi, she must behave respectfully. Augusta had no choice but to submit to the great magician. Teferi also added that if something happens to Ludia, Augusta will be the first one the sorceress will ask. The guest was shocked and did not expect such a turn of events and wanted to answer the magician, but Teferi didn't want to listen to her anymore and cast a spell, because of which Augusta lost the gift of speech and could not speak. Teferi turned to the nurse with all her severity and coldness and ordered her not to touch Ludia, because she finally found some entertainment in this world again, and Ludia is hers. It was very painful for Augusta to hear this. She could not say anything, but only cry. Ludia, preoccupied with the case of her grandmother's disappearance, was pondering her next steps and was in the research center. An assistant approached her and reported that he had carried out her instructions and sent out requests to all the nobility with whom they collaborated. Ludia was glad that everyone accepted the request. All that was left was to send the request to the imperial family, and she would do it personally. She remembered that Ben regularly trained at the training ground, so if she came here, she wouldn't attract unnecessary attention. By this time, the Marquis appeared and was delighted at the girl's arrival. Ludia also expressed joy and greeted the officer. Then they went to the Marquis's office, and he asked what brought the girl to him. Ludia nervously replied that she simply had free time and was nearby, so she came in. The Marquis replied with a smile that they still had a little time before the Crown Prince arrived. The girl became embarrassed and realized that the old officer had seen through her right away. The Marquise, seeing the girl's embarrassment, decided to joke a little, saying that he had known Ben for a long time and could even understand what he was up to. The man also added that everyone in the imperial palace knows the prince's appearance well, no matter how he disguises himself. The confused girl now realized that even when Ben was disguised, they were still found out. But the man reassured the girl that he had ordered all the knights to remain silent, so that no one from the taiga would find out. The girl thanked the officer, but at the same time, she was ready to sink through the ground with shame. Here, their conversation was interrupted by one of the officers, who secretly reported something to the Marquise. After this, the man stood up and said that it was time for him to go. The girl asked in surprise why the Marquise was leaving so soon and if everything was all right. The officer smiled and said that somehow the crown prince already knew the girl was here. At this time, Ben was already heading towards Ludia. He was impatient to see his beloved after a long separation. He literally burst into the office, almost knocking down the door. The crown prince approached the girl and asked if she had come to see him. The girl modestly replied that this was exactly it. Ludia said shyly that she wanted to ask the crown prince for something. The man sat down and asked with interest what she wanted to ask him for, and that he would do everything in his power. The girl awkwardly said that she needed several permits to search the estates, and whether he could do it. Ben was very surprised by such a strange request. He expected something more romantic. Ludia understood that even though he was the crown prince, his power was limited, and the search of estates requires the approval of the judiciary and the imperial police. The man asked her to explain the reason for such a strange request and said that she could tell him everything. The girl was embarrassed and couldn't gather the courage to tell everything. Before her eyes immediately appeared the image of an exhausted and unhappy Elian, who was suffering because of the loss of her beloved grandmother. Finally, she gathered her strength and began to say that she wanted to help one person, but she could not continue. Then, exhausted by tormenting thoughts, she slumped in the chair, exhausted, and replied that she herself did not understand what she was doing. She began to speak incoherently, and could have simply replied that it was not her problem, but she could not ignore someone else's grief. Ben listened attentively to the girl and admired her, but she said that her friend was not particularly close to her, and she didn't even really like her. And yet, despite everything, she wants to help. Ben decided to clarify and asked the girl if she thought that searching the estates would help her friend. Ludia replied that that was exactly it. He understood everything correctly. Here Ben suddenly interrupted and called for an assistant. He approached him, and the crown prince said something quietly in the man's ear, so that no one would hear. The man nodded his head and made it clear to the air that he would do everything. Here Ben happily turned to the girl and suggested taking a little walk in the fresh air. Ludia was very surprised, as she did not know what was happening, but she still offered her hand to the crown prince and agreed. They came out into a beautiful garden that was nearby on the property. The lovers strolled leisurely and enjoyed each other's company. They had simple, sweet conversations. Ben said that he once wanted to destroy this garden, but was glad that he eventually did it. The girl listened with interest to the stories and plans of the crown prince and was embarrassed by their closeness. The officers around watched the lovers and talked about them. They had never seen the crown prince with a girl before. The girl looked at Ben and caught herself thinking that being with him made her believe more and more in what was happening to her. Here the man stopped and turned to his beloved. He sees that she is very puzzled and tense, and maybe it is because of the research work in the mine. The girl looked at Ben with embarrassment and replied that no. Then she shyly looked down and watched as the man held her hand. Ben immediately apologized for taking her hand without even asking the girl about it. And then he wanted to turn to her with a question and permission. Ludia looked at him coquettishly and said that it seemed like they already had such a relationship, that there was no need to ask about such things. At this point, Ben himself became embarrassed. The girl then added that a man doesn't have to ask about such things, and if he wants to take her hand, he can do so without hesitation. And in the end, she flirtatiously said that what he wants to do, she wants to do too, and vice versa. Ben replied that he completely agreed with the girl. He also admitted that the days seem so short that he sometimes feels lost in the reality of what is happening, and sometimes he remembers their meetings and conversations and cannot understand whether it was true or a figment of his imagination or a dream. Lydia replied that she understood him perfectly and that the same thing was happening to her. Sometimes meeting the most popular man in the empire seems like a dream to her, so sometimes she slows down to savor the moment and feel it longer. The girl then apologized for coming to the crown prince with such a strange request. The man replied that she could always turn to him with any request and tell him everything. He even insisted on it. But many eyes are watching him, especially the Marchioness of O'Connell. Lydia listened attentively to the man and his explanations about why he was sometimes secretive and cold. He admitted that he felt awkward about it, and he said that not everyone can love him, knowing what he really is. The girl looked at Ben with sympathy, and she wanted to support and encourage him. She considered him the best. She said that she was not at all embarrassed by his coldness and rationality, since he saw wonderful qualities in him. The man wanted to object to her, but she gently took his hand, stopping his words. She noticed that his palms were wet with excitement. Lydia realized that Ben was nervous and trying to hide it. Then she calmly said that he was not as cold as he thought he was. She reflected that a man, by his very nature, strives to be a protector and supporter, and in moments of responsibility, he became cooler and more rational in order to cope. Lydia looked at him with warmth and admitted that she liked him just the way he was. She gently pulled him towards her and hugged him, trying to calm him down. Ben felt a quiet happiness and relief around her. The girl softly added that she wanted to see him be honest with her. The girl pressed herself against the crown prince and quietly said that he did not need to wear a mask around her. The man hugged her back tightly, not wanting to let go. They stood there for a long time, hugging and silent, feeling calm next to each other. Then they sat down on a bench and shyly avoided looking at each other. Lydia thought shyly that this was the first time in her life she had hugged an adult man. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't look up at Ben, but even if it were possible to go back, she would still hug him again. Soon Ben broke the silence and quietly addressed her. Noticing her embarrassment, he himself became embarrassed and carefully touched her hand. Then he approached her and quietly asked her to close her eyes. The girl became embarrassed, quietly asked him again, and still obediently closed her eyes. She thought to herself excitedly, trying to understand what was about to happen. The sudden thought made her close her eyes even tighter, deciding that this was the next step after hugging and Ben would kiss her. But Ben gently took her hand and told her not to open her eyes or peek until he said so. When the man spoke, Lydia carefully opened her eyes and was confused, not understanding what was happening. When he removed his hand, she noticed a ring on her finger. Lydia was very surprised and did not expect such a turn of events. The man calmly explained that he had prepared this gift especially for her. He recounted how his sister had tried to dissuade him from this decision, explaining that it might embarrass her, but he remained determined and wanted her to accept this gift. Ben proudly added that this ring was blessed by the goddess of hope and love. The girl couldn't take her eyes off the ring and admired it with delight. The man warmly explained that such a ring is given to a loved one as a wish for health and well-being. Then he gently kissed her hand and quietly wished that the ring would always protect her. The girl asked eagerly whether this ring would protect her and whether it had any special properties. The man calmly replied that the ring had no magical properties, and he added sheepishly that it was just a popular gift among couples in love. The girl thought with a soft smile that this ring was meant for those who love each other. She noted with admiration that the ring looked beautiful and fit her finger perfectly. Then the girl admitted that she had also prepared a small gift for him and that he would soon find out about it. But for now, it was a secret. She wondered thoughtfully if the gift she had prepared for Ben was ready yet. The man admitted with interest that he was eagerly awaiting what she would give him. He then reminded Lydia of the request she had originally made of him. The girl excitedly apologized for disturbing him and asked him not to overdo it. Ben happily said that he could issue a temporary permit to search the area. Lydia looked at him in surprise, unable to believe that it was true. The man confidently added that he still wanted to help her friend in a difficult situation. Lydia thanked him with a smile, feeling deeply grateful and proud that she had such a great boyfriend. Then he gently remarked that it was time for him to return to his duties. He kissed her tenderly and quietly, promised that next time he would find her himself. The lovers hugged each other tightly, not wanting to let go of each other and say goodbye so quickly. But duty called him, and before leaving, he asked her to take care of herself. Lydia went about her business, knowing that a lot of work lay ahead of her. She entered the office and recalled with pleasant warmth the moments she had experienced just recently. The girl was immediately greeted joyfully by her assistant in the office. The manager acknowledged the good work of her employees and sincerely thanked them. The assistants modestly replied that it was not worth thanking because it was their job and they did everything possible. The man pulled out documents and said that he had collected all the information about the crimes and disappearances. Only 32 cases have been recorded in the last 5 years. Having taken the documents for review, the boss noted that it was not that much and that this was encouraging. She began to carefully study the materials and noted that all the perpetrators of 10 crimes on the list were caught. The boss told the assistant that they should focus on simple disappearances for now. Here, Lydia remembered that in her world, investigating the disappearances of people was much easier. This was explained by the fact that in the modern world, there are CCTV cameras that help quickly find criminals. The girl thoughtfully thought that if the woman were kidnapped, they could negotiate with the criminal. The boss asked her assistant what was the farthest city the trade carts could reach from Elian's house. The man looked at the map and pointed out the nearest settlements. Lydia listened attentively and came up with the following plan of action. She confidently said that it would be better to start the search from this very place and asked the man to prepare everything for this. The assistant calmly replied that he would do everything necessary without delay. Lydia thought that if the woman was from home, then she should look in that direction. Then the boss noted the good work done and decided that it was time to finish for the day. She suggested waiting for more information until tomorrow, as new information would still be coming in. Then Lydia reminded them that they were doing this for Elian, who was part of their company. The staff unquestioningly confirmed the girl's thoughts and said that they were all part of the same family. Then Lydia turned to Ardina, deciding to tell her something important. The assistant was happy to be left in charge of the case and to be kept up to date with all the new information. Lydia also delighted the staff by saying that Elian would be joining them tomorrow. And given her difficult emotional situation, she asked not to put too much pressure on the girl. Ardina replied that she would, of course, help Elian with her work processes, and also asked if her boss was leaving. The supervisor calmly explained that she needed to obtain a temporary permit to search the premises. She added that they would have to mobilize every mercenary soldier they could to meet the deadline. Lydia gently told the girl that there was a lot of work ahead, so it was better for everyone to rest now. The assistant nodded to her boss and readily replied that she would do so. Employees gradually began to disperse to their homes, finishing the workday. Lydia and the assistant exchanged a brief, slightly embarrassed glance. The man politely wished his boss a good rest and headed for the exit. Lydia was left alone in the office, feeling tired and thinking about a much-needed vacation. She was already imagining the peaceful rest and quiet days she would spend with Ben. Several days passed and Lydia was resting at home. It was already late morning, and the maid tried to wake the girl, but to no avail. Lydia didn't want to get up, and she felt that she hadn't yet recovered from the stressful days. Suddenly, Elian's friend burst into the bedroom with a joyful and excited expression on her face. The girl laughed and asked her friend in surprise if she was still sleeping. She added that breakfast time had long passed and lunchtime was approaching. Everyone present was surprised to see Elian in such an unusually high mood. Lydia excitedly asked why Elian had appeared here so suddenly. Elian exclaimed joyfully that she had finally been found after much worry. She then added that her grandmother had been found and was now fine, and she felt relieved. Lydia thought with alarm that this was strange, since only a few days had passed since the search began. A joyful Elian handed her friend the report compiled by their assistant Tesla. She explained that the report indicated where her grandmother had gone and where she was last seen. Elian added that the assistant was going to send people there for further searches. She turned to Lydia with enthusiasm, hoping that this meant a quick meeting with her grandmother. Lydia replied sheepishly that that was probably true, although there was uncertainty in her voice. Then, Lydia took the report and decided to carefully read its contents. In the text, she noticed a strange fact that Count Peliotin was at home that day. It was also mentioned that the traders had seen Elian's grandmother with several men and had already answered similar questions before. Sensing inconsistencies, Lydia asked her friend if she had read the report to the very end. Elian admitted that she only read the beginning and was happy to learn that her grandmother had been found. The friend tensely asked again what exactly Lydia had seen in the report and whether everything was okay. Ludia looked at her carefully and asked if she had told her the whole truth. Elian became noticeably nervous and replied that she was not hiding anything, not understanding what was being discussed. Ludia said reservedly that nothing was clear yet and suggested that she go home. Elian agreed, but admitted that she didn't understand at all what was going on around her. Ludia turned to her assistant and said that she could handle it herself and get herself in order. The assistant bowed politely and quietly left, leaving the hostess alone with her thoughts. Ludia picked up the report again and noticed some disturbing inconsistencies and strange details in it. Without wasting any time, she decided to go to work to check everything out. At the office, she was joyfully greeted by the staff, Assistant Ardina, and Secretary Tesla. The boss asked in all seriousness who wrote the last page of the report. Ardina sheepishly admitted that she had done it and hesitantly raised her hand. Ludia calmly asked to explain why the girl came to this conclusion. The boss began to read the report on Count Peliotin, but suddenly stopped and fell silent. Gathering her strength, she asked why the assistant decided that the Count was a criminal who had kidnapped his own mother.